I hope everybody's had a great day so far and is ready to get stuck in. Before we do that,
Mm-hmm.
is there anything anybody wants to or needs to clear up pre-session 1? Kind of technical things, anything we haven't gotten to yet?
I don't have anything to talk about. I think I'm good.
Cool. Well, one for me is don't put minimized handouts down near the character names, player names, because then you can't select them. That's fun. Alright then. Smash, how about yourself? Is there anything you need to talk about before we get started?
No, I think I am good. I'm all set up.
Very well. I'm going to bring in the music bot. If you have ideas or suggestions for tracks, I am all ears. Please make sure they are for use. Because I believe Baka has a habit of recording sessions. Now, is there anybody who is against or particularly interested in any session going public?
No problems from me.
That would be a first, but I don't have a problem with that.
People will get to hear how shitty I am at playing a Japanese man. That's fun.
How about you, Nightmare? Kind of need to hear from everybody on this before.
Yeah, that's fine, I guess.
Okay. Then, music bot incoming. Well then, to introduce us, welcome everybody to the land of Yugen, a feudal agrarian society that has seen about a century of warfare. Its terrain is rugged but habitable, although the majority of foodstuffs produced is rice and some cereal crop. A lot of the smaller settlements survive on almost a hunter-gatherer style society, not really producing enough to export or sell, but living comfortably enough. Until their samurai masters come and tax them. To the south is a bit more of a peaceful area, centered around the castle city of Kaminoseki, ruled by the Ishta, one of the most powerful warrior families to come out of the warring period. Their terrain extends from the south at Maizuru up to the beginning of the Bosatz Chasm and the imperial city of Rudenji, to which no one holds claim save the emperor himself. From the north of the Bosatz Chasm and all the way to the top, to the north at Yashiro and Kamishigori, is a much more chaotic region, the site of many of the conflicts during the ending period of the wars, and ruled now by the Kagetora family, arguably the single most powerful feudal family now in the land, but perhaps not quite as stable as their Ishita counterparts in the south. East of Kamishigori, beginning from Kurahashi and covering the entire almost peninsular region centered on Higashikagawa, is a more progressive, isolated area of the land, ruled nominally by the Sakamoto family, although their hold over their domains seems to be a little bit more tenuous. South of here are the Darklands, once ruled by another samurai family, now left into disrepair and shunned, avoided by most of the people. For these lords committed great sins and achieved a remarkable thing, uniting all of the other lords against them for a time. Travelling east now, we come to the islands, the island chain of Nakajima, and the solo island of Komoshima. These have families ruling them, but swear no allegiance to a greater lord, instead relying on trade and distance to keep themselves independent. As we begin, peace has been a reality for a few years now, but it's still only beginning to sink in. And if you were to throw a stick in a crowded town market, you'd find a dozen men and women interested in restarting the war for their own purposes. Doesn't matter who's fighting, just as so long as somebody is. But that's irrelevant to us, to begin with, as each of you has been scouted, recruited for dark deeds, and you've been asked to meet your employer, who will give you details, at a little lakeside lodge near the pilgrim town of Setoichi, east of Fukushima. Now, before we continue, does anyone have any ideas for a group token, or shall I just go with a default?
No ideas from me, at least for now.
Yep, completely drawing a blank for the moment.
We'll see later.
Then I shall... Setoichi is here.
We're gonna be default as default can be.
Is it already on the map? Because I don't see.
The token is not on the map. It is
Nope.
uploading as we speak.
Ah, okay.
There we
Ooh,
go.
there we go.
We are beautiful.
The artist describes it as the happy idiots.
Which is what will probably be after we get in a few fights, probably.
Assuming we survive.
Yeah.
Sure. Let me hit my downloads. There you go. Where was I?
You were talking about getting recruited by someone for something.
Yes. You have all been asked to gather on the 13th day of the 10th month. It is autumn, and the air is heavy with the promise of rain, although none of the yearly storms have yet come. And you have been asked to gather at midnight at a small lakeside lodge, about an hour's ride north of the town, accessible from the main road to the capital at Fukushima. As any of you makes your way from town to this lodge, the late night air catches on your clothes and moistens your skin, as you think it may drizzle a little bit later. As the darkness envelops you, you're pretty sure none of you are followed. None of you have really had any attention paid to you. And though it may take you a little longer than an hour in the dark conditions, eventually you'll begin to see light from the lakeside. As the first of you arrives, you'll be greeted by light shining from the first and second floor windows of an old lakeside lodge, accessible by wooden bridge, past a simple wooden Tory gate, and single layer of roofed wooden palisade. Now, the first of you to arrive is Flavian. Would you please introduce yourself?
Of course. Should I start with how my character looks like?
As you wish.
Well, walking in is what appears to be a very tall, I wouldn't exactly call it massive figure, but pretty tall, pretty lean. You can probably guess pretty muscular despite the heavy clothes and the equipment he's wearing. One can guess he's probably human. It's difficult to tell given not just the equipment but the clothes he's wearing. Just your typical orange jacket, orange one, a little bit faded. Typical samurai pants. I don't remember the name, but haka whatever.
Hakama.
Hakama pants?
We'll use trousers or pants.
I guess the one thing of notice is the tight fit silk thing that he's wearing, very similar to a ninja's shizuku, which covers most part of his body, so kind of difficult to tell what he is, but given the black mane of hair tied into a ponytail, yeah, probably human. Wearing your typical casa hat, typical of ronins and the like. He has two swords, which are probably the most relevant thing about him, especially the strange crimson red silk that's their color. Very heavily equipped, nothing much besides all of this, and he seems to be keeping silent, just giving a quick look around and walking forward. Very sort of secure, I would say, strut to himself, as if he does not care about the surroundings, even though he does show some level of martial prowess to whatever it is that he's going to do next. Nothing much besides that.
Okay. And you have just brought up a very useful thing. For those of you who want to use historical or Japanese terminology, please also include the English, because I'm pretty sure there will be players who do not know what you mean. Pretty much what Flavian just did.
Yeah, basically the Yaori jacket is just your typical samurai jacket, and same with the Akama pants. Your typical dress that you would see someone of a certain stature wearing. The only difference is, as you can see by the image, if you want to give them the image, the full image, is probably kind of his clothes are a bit too dirty for your actual noble class samurai.
Well, as you arrive, the path beneath your feet is a deep dug gravel path, winding away from the hard-packed earthen trade road, heading northwest. The Torii, beyond the slate-roofed wooden palisade, is simple but well-maintained, with a pair of hanging lamps currently lit, along with a pair of lamps by the gate itself, illuminating your way. Beyond, there is a well-kept wooden bridge with maple wood arches, bridging a deep passage of water between the mainland and a small island. Can you move your token?
Yes. How far do you want me to move?
Please approach the lodge.
Okay.
Stood by the entrance, ahead of you, flanking a kind of another hanging lantern, are two thuggish-looking men, both both with masked faces, and wearing simple but sturdy-looking leather.
Hmm.
Their clothing is not that of samurai or any warrior class, but more that of a common thug or a common sellsword.
Mm-hmm.
But they hold themselves well enough, and as you approach, both
Should I approach close to them, trying to
as you
get an
wish.
understanding? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Both of them having been slumped back a little against the walls and the door, come to attention. One of them will step forward, look you up and down, and wordlessly, they will step aside and permit you access.
I will give a quick look to one, then the other, give a nod, and then walk forward inside.
You might expect courtesy. You'll get none. One of them will thumb you inward into a kind of wooden tatami matted entrance hallway, with enough space to store any sandals or shoes you are currently wearing.
Mm-hmm. I will do as any, I wouldn't say educated individual will do, and make sure not to stay in the floor despite my appearances.
Okay. Well, beyond the entrance is this small matted hall, including a shrine and two offering bowls at the far end. The hall cuts to the left into a spacious dojo hall. Racks of weapons and a pair of clothing cabinets line the walls. And upon the southern wall is a large wall-mounted scroll displaying the symbols for the virtues of dedication, faith, and loyalty. Further light can be seen from beyond a staircase leading to the second floor, and the western side of the dojo leads into a small side room containing a single table set with 6 places. Upon the table is a oversized gourd, stoppered with a kind of cork top, and 6 small kind of clay pottery cups stood around the gourd in the middle. If you were to poke your head in, the north and south walls are set with shelving holding classical and religious texts, and a lacquered chest. The western wall is lined with small square windows looking out over the outside lake.
Huh.
As you were to start crossing the dojo hall, a raspy, older male voice wafts down from above. I'm almost ready. Please wait in the side chamber until all are assembled.
I take a step back as I was walking forward, just silently agreeing, and just wait there.
No, the side room, the meeting room, please.
I was actually trying to move the token, but Roll20 did the thing. Sorry.
That's fine. Well, as you're settling in, another darkens the door and the entrance gate. As Mizuki, would you please introduce yourself? Don't worry, stand-in characters. Not quite expecting the full gig. You're kind of going from normal to dulled voice back to normal. It's kind of cutting in and out. For now, sounds like. Okay. Can you move your token? Yes, okay. As you approach, you'll... However quietly you may think you are, the two men on guard duty do notice you, as they are perhaps abnormally alert at this time, or perhaps more than they seem. Either way, they will once again stand aside for you and gesture you inward. And both will just look away. As you enter the hall, the same raspy voice will call down, "Please wait in the side room. I will not be long. When the others are all here, I will join you." And so, Mizuki will join the other.
I am probably leaning against a wall with just sitting there. I'm not actually sitting at the table, literally sitting against a wall with my great sword, which is the one I have in my hand, and Hodashi blade. I just give a quick look and nod and just wait.
Well, immediately there are 4 slit-like windows on the western wall. None of them look big enough to slip a human body through. The main door is about 8 foot wide, plenty spacious. The only hiding place that might present itself would either be underneath the kind of low kneeling table or sitting table in the middle, or in a moderately large chest at the north of the room. If you want to investigate for hidden doors, you are welcome to do so. Then please make me a perception check. You are set to DM layer, but that's fine. Well, looking around, you do not perceive any hidden doors or entrances or concealed rooms. You might think that this is not a building built for this sort of purpose. Perhaps being more of a school than anything else.
Do I notice her looking around?
Inevitably.
As she's going about that, I'm not disturbing her, but at the end of it, I'll just basically say, Paranoid, aren't we? Oh.
Okay. As you're getting acquainted, a third individual will darken the door and the palisade. As Nightmare, aka Sora, would you please introduce yourself?
Alright, so it's kind of the same to where I didn't really think much about this character. But he has long, flowing brown hair, a small beard with brown eyes. His clothes are pretty dirty. He's wearing a long sleeved shirt. You can see mud on his boots. From first glance, you can kind of tell that this is someone that tends to live in, like the wild, like forest. Doesn't really stick to cities or anything like that. And that's all I got.
Entirely fine. Alright. Well, can you move your token?
Yes.
Great. Roll20's behaving so far. As you... Go ahead.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, as you cross the wooden bridge, perhaps looking left and right and seeing the water current flowing beneath you, it's quite fast. You wouldn't want to try and swim this little gap. Two men on the far side, again, acknowledge you and step out of the way, gesturing for you to enter inwards.
Okay. I just say thanks and I walk in.
Once you're past, you will again see the same kind of tatami-matted floor and little shrine at the top. And again, as you enter the square dojo room, the rasping voice. The third. One more. I'll be with you shortly. Please wait with the others.
Okay.
As you'll be greeted by the other two currently in the meeting room, being perhaps a little bit standoffish.
I just walk in and I say, greetings. And I'll just go and stand by this corner.
I just give him a nod.
Okay. And then, hot on your heels, a final individual darkens the door. As would you please introduce Kishin? Smash?
Forgot I was muted.
Happens to
Yeah.
everyone.
He's about average male height, pretty adorned in black traditional robing, though noticeably with a black hood covering up the top of his head. It also has some nice white highlights and accents, a bit offsetting the black. From the face, you can see the only thing about like his himself that you can really see is his face, which is it's a little bit paler than like typical human skin, but the most standout feature is his eyes, which mostly look normal except for their color is this golden yellow that very much stands out in the darkness. But besides that, most of him is hidden underneath all the black and white clothing.
Okay.
Oh, one important detail I should mention. Around his neck is also a very nice looking amulet with a crest on it.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay. Well, you also... Can you move your token?
Yes.
Brilliant! Full house. That is unfortunately too rare. As you are able to approach the lodge, will experience the two men on duty share a look and a sigh before stepping out of the way and gesturing for you to enter.
Keishan only just glances at the two, not really at about the only acknowledgement he gives them before he walks in.
As you walk past, you'll hear one mutter to the other in a low tone. The other will kind of grunt in acknowledgement, and they will both pull closed the building doors.
Was I able to hear what they were saying?
It was along the lines of, is that all of them? Yeah. Alright, close the doors. As you will still hear them taking back their positions. You will again be greeted by that small shrine and the spacious dojo. And unlike the others, as you enter, the sound of footsteps will move swiftly along the upper floor, reaching the stairs and beginning to descend. For a moment, an older man, silver-haired, and wearing ornate but reasonably simple priestly robes, and a large, again simple but very well tailored white overcoat, shielding his fairly thin form against the cold. Unusually for a priest, his ears are pierced, his scalp is not shaved, and his face appears more suited to laughter than anything else. Kind of that old-style priest. As he descends... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah, if he comes down to where Keishan is, Keishan would kind of like put his hands together and give like a polite bow to him.
He will not place his hands together, but instead place his right on his chest and give a very slight return, carrying with him the scent of incense on the air from the upper floor, as his face turns a little bit grim, and he gestures for you to kind of join the others in the western room.
All right.
For those of you paying attention to this sort of thing, this man walks. He looks to be in at least his late 60s, but he's still fairly spry. He has a slight limp, coming from perhaps a slight stiffness around his hips. And as he walks, there's a similar stiffness kind of up the right side of his body and down his dominant arm. Few of you might recognize this as a kind of arthritis you might see in an old, retired veteran. This man appears to have seen combat, though not recently. So he joins you in the room. I'm glad you were all able to make it safely. I regret tonight is not one for revelry. We have ghastly business to attend to. Please be seated. He'll do likewise and sit himself at the head of the table.
Despite finding it a bit annoying, I get up from the place I was sitting and take seat at one of them in your typical sitting position on your
Eating
legs.
knees.
Mm-hmm.
The priest will not sit in that way. Instead, he'll sit cross-legged, a little bit more relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm. Is that? Yes.
Kishin will take the sitting leg position too.
There's water in the gourd if you're thirsty. It's cool, fresh water from the lake. No? Okay. I would have servants bring tea. Or students. Not that there's any of those these days. He'll look around. I have an idea of each of you. My people have done their research. My name is Benizo. You may call me such.
And he's got it.
Does not strike you as a real, like a given name, but maybe more of a pet name one might give to a favored uncle.
Got it.
イズクです。よろしくお願いします。
Please avoid the Japanese.
I just introduced myself. Hello, I'm Izuki. Nice to meet
Why are you speaking the language of the gods, you heretic?
you. I'll probably some Japanese words here and there.
Please repeat yourself in English afterwards.
I mean, I did so right now, didn't I?
Yes, you did. just a general rule.
I
Just
know.
something to
I'm just being a
help
nerd
Japanese
here.
speaking folk.
For
Being
the
a nerd
sake
here.
for the sake of we're all nerds. For the sake of our sanity, just speak your typical broken English as the rest of us, because we are all like that. It's
My
fine.
English is broken.
All of
No,
our English is broken. That's the rule.
actually,
English.
To be
English.
fair- most English people's English is broken.
True.
Mhm.
My friend that's a Twitch streamer has and lives in Texas, America. He has problems speaking sometimes, and we actually have a quote that he uses like logs or quotes on his team, right? So I just
Yeah.
type in exclamation point English, and then there's this unconscious stream of words, 3 dots in the end. English is words. Words are hard, man. English is hard.
I understand being a nerd, but for the sake of clarity, we can just use a few words and then the rest is just English. I'm sure people will understand.
yeah.
Mhm.
Alright. I see we're all getting along. That's good. You'll need cooperation. Did my people tell you anything ahead of time?
Nothing.
Only that this was to be grim work that we're supposedly supposed to do.
This is true. Well, I will get to it then. I've called you here today to assist the land and rid us of a man who seeks to break the balance of things. A man I, like many others, once held in very high regard, until he fell prey to the sins of those we once combated together. I'm sure you'll all know the name Kagetora Yasutada.
Oh.
Do
You-
we
you-
actually know that name?
Yes,
will-
we do.
You will. Yasutada is the current head of the Kagetora family. and the lord of all of the middle and northern lands of the mainland of Rugen. Arguably the most influential and powerful single man after the Emperor.
Yep.
That is quite a target.
It is regrettable that we have to resort to such means. Unfortunately, most of us aren't willing to summon demons and corrupt students and untrained children for their purposes. He'll let that sink in for a moment.
My character kinda, I wouldn't say raises a hand to speak, but kinda does a nod to be given permission to speak. Kind of
He'll-
educational thing.
He will kind of look at you, realize what you're doing, smile,
Mhm.
and then tap twice on the table, indicating if you want to speak. That's kind of how you'll signal it.
Mr. Benizo.
Just Benizo.
Benizo then. Mind me asking why exactly you have hired 4 trained individuals by the looks of it to deal with someone as powerful as Lord Kagetora? I understand the reasons you just explained, just that it seems suspicious to me, that is all.
It's good to be suspicious. There are many reasons. The first is that no one more established is willing to try. There's too much risk, you see. And people... If, for example, one of the other great lords were to try, or one of their direct vassals were to try and fail, we would see a return to war. And as much as we need this individual removed, none of us wish a return to war. At least none of us who lived through those days. This is why you will not see the Ishtar, the Ando, any of the great families involved in this. As for why I found the 4 of you, well, I was looking for people with no attachment to the Grey Lords, at least currently. You see, strangers like yourselves can do pretty much what you like and not risk reigniting war. Does that answer your question, boy?
Quite so. If you don't mind my asking, there is a second question that I would like to pose to you.
Go ahead.
You have said that you have investigated our backgrounds, so to speak.
As much as my resources allow me.
If there's not anything wrong with it with my co-workers, I would like for you to share that small bit of information, if possible. If we are to work together, that much should be a given.
Hmm.
Of course, my character looks around to everyone else in case they have something against it, since he asked everyone to.
Keishan would look at him with like a questioning raised eyebrow, but doesn't say anything. Looking more just confused than anything.
Just a hardworking woman.
Give a moment. Sorry, go ahead.
My character, at what Mizuki said, my character just shrugs, then looks back at Benizo and said, "Suppose that answers my question?"
I don't believe we need to know each other's gory details. Everyone has skeletons in their closet. That said, I believe it would be useful for you each to share what skills you possess that may be useful to this sort of job.
Indeed, that was the main topic I wanted to discuss about. Apologies for the misunderstanding.
No misunderstanding. Please, you first.
Very well. As you may guess from my equipment, I'm fit to wield a sword. Skillfully so, if I do say so myself. I have other skills that would be considered such, but nothing that should really be considered anything special. I will make sure that none of you gets attacked from behind, so to speak, and I may also take blows from the front. Look at me as your shield. That is as much as I can, as I am willing to share.
I prefer working from shadow. It can be very quiet when. So you
I see.
probably not see a lot, but I will be.
Oh? Am I to guess that you have been trained in shinobi hearts and the like?
That
I am wearing a mask, but I want you to know that you can feel it without even an insight check that he's kind of grinning at you as he says that.
I mean, I would out of character. I would guess that shinobi ninjas prefer not to share their skills with others. Like that they are ninjas because they're supposed to be secret.
That being said, shinobi and ninja are completely different disciplines.
I am a ninja piece of shit. So
Yeah, my character doesn't know, so he's guessing.
Alright. Well, Sora or Kishin, who would like to share next?
Oh, I have usefulness in magical arts. Some a bit in the field of shadows as well. So I imagine for this kind of work, should help us move around, perhaps a little more stealthy. But if it comes down to it, I have ways more offensive and destructive, we'll say.
As you say this, the priest will narrow his eyes. I'm not employing something worse than Kagetora, am I?
If you're thinking about, say raising the dead, then no, I'm not of that inclination.
Good. Then we will have no problems. He'll then look at Sora.
I gotta admit, I'd have more experience dealing with beasts and animals, but I'm a pretty good hunter. I'm pretty good with a bow. I imagine that may be the reason why I may have been selected.
Oh yes. I also think you understand, like I do, that men are just beasts. We carry ourselves differently and like to think otherwise, but it doesn't change what we are.
I'm just gonna chuckle and say all too well.
As for my motivations, I will tell you that very simply. I have nothing to hide. This place is a representation of my motives, boy. He'll turn back to Kyoku.
Mm-hmm.
This place was once a school. A dojo ran by an old friend of mine. I spoke here a number of times, got to know the students, until Kagetora recruited them by force for his campaigns in the north. They were not soldiers. They were not ready. They were boys. And they were among the first to fall prey to his machinations, to become less than human. Now this dojo stands empty, as will many more, if he is allowed to continue.
I see.
Elaborate. Different?
Oh, you, I think, are away from your mic sometimes.
Which is weird. But I updated my OBS. Maybe everything got refreshed. Thing with my PC on.
Hey, you sound clear now.
You do now, yeah.
Because I moved it closer. I'll figure it out later.
Okay. You have to understand, I have not seen the battlefield in some years. I have not seen these things in the flesh. I have seen the aftermath only. Twisted, warped bodies. Corrupted. By magics not unlike yours, young Kishin, although used for a much darker purpose. Magics, unfortunately, too alike to those we combated in the Darklands 20 years ago. If you catch my drift.
Curious. Can I roll an history check on that?
You may. Anyone with proficiency may also roll a history check.
Thank you. 17.
Okay. The incident he's talking about was spawned by a man now known as the Necromancer of Ichizen, which was the castle town and kind of capital of what is now known as the Darklands, the island of Shikoku. This man,
Necromancer. Sorry.
the Necromancer of Ichizen. The Necromancer himself was the brother of the then Lord of Ichizen, a man whose name has not been recorded for reasons. With a bit of a higher check, you may have known it anyway, because it's only 20 years ago. But, to help his brother's ambitions, this Necromancer began to raise the bodies of those recent and long dead, creating an army that, even once slain, would rise again. And this force, this was the uniting factor, the thing that brought the lords who had been warring, particularly the Ishida and the Kagetora, into an alliance to crush this necromancer and then retreat to lick their wounds. It is this incident that has kind of heightened the distrust and active hatred of necromancy. And it's why it's such a raw issue these days.
Got it.
I suppose the question now is, will you accept this job?
Necromancer.
Good. He'll look around to the other three.
If
I
this man
just-
is,
Oh, go ahead. You said it first.
if this man is truly raising evil, then I will do my part to bring him down.
I just shrug and I say, I care not about good and evil, but I will accept the job regardless.
I'm just gonna say I accept.
Good. And to business. We are about a week's travel from the city. But I would suggest, well, let me be clear. I'm hiring you for your expertise. As long as the man dies before the end of a festival known as the Jedi Festival, which is on the 22nd, a little over a week from today, then all is good. You need not bring proof of his death. It will be somewhat easy to prove either way. In terms of the... Yes?
Known as the man? Probably.
Oh, yes. If you're successful, his family will certainly hide it for a time. But to those of us who have eyes and ears in particular places, we will know almost immediately. That said, while how you go about this is entirely for you to decide, there are a few suggestions I will make. First, the night before the festival is a new moon, which will bathe the city of Fukushima in darkness. This may be helpful to your purpose. Second, my people operate he's not exactly my people, but he is someone who is indebted to my people. There is a man who owns a small private dock leading to the eastern part of the city. It may perhaps be easier to find a small boat and row yourselves across than to enter through the gates guarded by Kagetora's samurai. Alternatively, due to demands of war, his people have allowed the woodland south of the castle walls to encroach abnormally close to the wall. It might provide a cautious group some cover. Once you're within the castle district, you have to find a way to proceed for yourselves, but there is an angle. See, my people tell me that on that night, Kagetora has arranged for the attendance of Maso Oiren, the most famous, or infamous, depending who you are, courtesan in Fukushima. She will travel through the city by procession. It's an ostentatious and noisy tradition that will perhaps grant you distraction. And, disagree with the woman's lifestyle, though I do, she is remarkable for her timing. She will arrive at the castle gates at midnight. Her procession will have been visible from the castle gates for roughly 10 minutes. This is show and splendor, the like of which most samurai never see, and it will distract even the most disciplined of Kagetora's Hatamoto. My people have seen the effect of lesser processions, so you can trust this is reliable.
I chuckle at that.
You'll therefore have a 10-minute window during which the castle security is particularly relaxed, particularly around the rear. Entry from this angle will require climbing at least, and don't think that relaxed means non-existent. I would expect the guard towers will still remain manned, though the walls themselves will likely be unoccupied. I could not think of a better access route, but I am no general. So if you can, then I am hiring you to do so.
Is that all?
That is all I can give you for the time being, yes.
Well, I personally have no questions. So, if anyone else wants to ask anything, feel free. A quiet bunch. Guess that will be helpful.
I do have one thing that you might find useful. Gagatora's castle is built to a standard, modeled after the last shogun, the warlord that united all of the warriors of the land. A number of castles were built in imitation to his. Fukushima is no different. I therefore have a rough map of at least the ground floor. Will this be useful to you?
Anything could be useful if it means achieving our objective.
Indeed.
Exactly.
He will reach behind him into a kind of gourd pot that looks to be filled with stones and incense, but as he kind of reaches underneath the stones, pulls out a bamboo scroll case from within which he'll extract and unfurl a single piece of parchment. Now, the map itself is not coloured, it is a sketch map, but it will depict this.
Voice.
Seems quite detailed.
I have someone on the inside, and I have seen these castles before.
I see.
Kagatora may have adjusted the building since he took residence, but it should be roughly accurate.
It will certainly be helpful.
I would have you note walkways within the walls. These will allow the defenders and guards within a true 360-degree line of vision, restricted only by the number of men on duty.
And use you.
He will likely welcome Masoiren in his audience chamber, and then move to the secluded private lounge attached. He'll indicate the room to the east, kind of the one with a long table and then at the top another table, looking out.
The room with the tea. Round
Yes,
tables.
yes. So you can expect at least to find him in that vicinity at the time. My people indicate he will have guests, though they don't know who they are.
Which could certainly be useful if we are to enter by means of hiding. I'll certainly make a mental note of that.
well. If you wish to make use of this night, you may rest here. The dojo is unoccupied, and I will roll out bedding for you if you wish. But then I suggest you set off in the morning.
That would be the smart thing to do.
I regret I cannot offer you horses or other forms of transport. I'm afraid I couldn't, hide them anywhere.
I am sure we will make do. After all, we do have a hunter with us.
Is the music too loud?
Oh, it's lovely.
No, the music is fine.
It did increase in volume, but I can just turn it down.
It did like 6 times. I'm on 1% and still enjoying it.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. Then he'll kind of place a hand on his knee and force himself to his feet. I will retire for the night. I tend to sleep in. I'm old enough to have earned it.
And your hands have sure seen enough things. Handled certainly weapons that we may not know about from the way you portray yourself. If you don't mind my saying.
He'll take a spread-leg stance as though, and kind of hold his hand as though holding a spear. I was a dervish with a long spear. Ow, my hips.
I can see that. There is no need for a demonstration.
Thank you. Oh, yes. When I'm gone, please someone open the chest at the top of the room. You will find half of your payment in there. The rest will be delivered to you upon completion. If you fail, then you'll be dead. And I'm not getting my money back.
For all that is worth, if we are to die, my apologies for wasting your money.
Oh, don't worry. I have too much of it.
I see.
He'll
Then
place
please have a good rest.
He'll place his hands on his knees and, now at this point, give a formal bow.
Mizuki will bow back and
He'll make his way up the stairs slowly, and then after a minute or so, silence will fall.
As soon as silence has been there for a while, my character will go, well, then quiet bunch it is indeed. Is anyone gonna share anything? Or are we to travel in complete and absolute silence?
quiet bunch is good.
Yeah,
Well, yes.
certainly
we
good
are-
to be accessory to assassination.
True, but we are to collaborate with each other, so we can worry about being silent and stealthy when we are inside.
I suppose.
I look around at all of them.
I'm just gonna be looking out the window.
The lake is reasonably calm, though a slow wind does roll kind of low rippling waves away from the lodge.
Well, I suppose I could share my name. I'll go by the name of Kyoku, if you do need it.
Kishin.
Very nice to meet you.
I might
What about-
have a contract in the city that could get me in with the courtesan session. Needed.
That could make our job quite a bit easier.
As long as you're willing to dress the part.
I raise a hand as
I
she says
smirk a
that.
little bit.
Looking at her again, probably the same look I gave her last time when I asked that question about the shinobi. I did ask for a name, if you're willing to share. Oh,
Izuki.
nice to meet you. What about you, Hunter?
Zora.
Dora. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Well, now that we got the awkwardness away, do you have any information willing to share about this plan of yours, Mitsuki?
Well, I want to get in unseen. We might as well join the procession, right? That leads directly to Kagetora.
Indeed.
And then just strike him relaxing.
I suppose so. Well, someone like you would probably be able to sneak in no problem, given your skills. And I'm sure Kishin and Sora would be able to fit, but I doubt I would avoid standing out, given my looks.
I mean, in the Masavirang session? Sure, yeah.
You think so?
Maybe try to find a way the lounge from the outside. Some of us sneak in with the session.
I'll share this so that there's like a level of understanding. The procession will be a large thing, and it will have guards and it will have followers. That said, you should only really be expecting Masaoira and herself and a number of kind of serving girls, kind of her juniors and her assistants, to actually enter the castle. The rest will be dispersed.
That's what I meant. Like, I have a contact probably that could maybe get me in with the serving girl. In with the person. Idea.
If it means getting one of us inside, that is certainly something, though I'm sure we would be able to find other ways. Having someone like you certainly would help.
Appear. Well, like, if I have somewhere I can see, I can.
I'm not doubting your skills, I'm just saying, considering what he just told us. Well, Benizo made it very clear that it would be better for us all to work together towards the goal. And I wouldn't want to leave you alone, not just for the mission, but to making sure that we actually accomplish it.
I'm not used to this. We'll have to teach. Bow.
No need to bow to someone like me, Mitsuki. All I'm saying is, I am sure we could find ways to enter the place without leaving you alone to deal with the problems. Though it is an option. Well, Kishin, Sora, anything you want to share in regards to the plan?
Well, think of possibly the simplest option would be that during the procession, as Benizo mentioned, all eyes will be on it. It would be the perfect time to sneak in, say, either around the gate or up the walls while they are being otherwise occupied.
Indeed.
The
And-
growth? Heard correctly or didn't hear correctly?
You
might-
The
Your mic is cutting out again.
I thought I heard that there was a grove on one side of the wall of the castle.
Like there's forest growth approaching the southern wall of the castle walls. Like the
That could make for some decent cover. And I do have a bit of ways in teleportation magic, short range, but it will at least help me get over to the side of it.
That seems actually quite useful.
It'll only be effective on me, though. I could not take anyone else with me. Would have to see
Well,
about getting the rest of you over to the side.
as much as I would hate it, if we get in one by one, but we reunite once inside, the plan remains the same. We found a way for Mitsuki, and we found a way for you. Possibly. We just need to find a way for me and Sora. If needed.
Maybe I can have my contact in the city procure guard uniforms, and you can maybe come in from the rear where the guard is to be distracted a little bit with the procession.
You see my character shrugging at that and saying, or I could sneak into the courtesan's carriage.
You're confident
she
you
must
can
have
do
won.
that?
Oh, I'm no confident. I'm just throwing around ideas.
So you have lived in a big city. She will not have a
Mhm.
carriage. She will
Okay.
be walking.
Oh, so it's an actual. Okay.
Like servant girls in a circle or a square around the Oiran.
If it is an official procession, then I doubt she would have one. So maybe there is a way. Maybe I could just dress up as one of their samurai and make my way inside. Could do the same for Sora.
Mm-hmm. I could ask my contact to arrange that.
If possible, I suppose. Though another thing I believe we should worry about is actually finding a place for us to stay in the city, unless we are willing to go at it immediately. Some place for us to basically just rest and worry about plans. Nothing too fancy. That's all I'm saying.
Mm.
Dora, you there?
Yep.
Are you okay with what we are concocting here?
He gives a nod.
You seem to really like the place, the lake.
Yeah, it's peaceful.
I see. Well, of course, I'm hoping to count on your hunting skills once we're on the road.
Of course.
Very well. So then, does anyone want to share anything else? Or should we worry about resting ourselves?
I'd say before resting, we should do as Benizo suggested and open the chest. Did mention about having to do that for part of our payment, after all.
Could have done it tomorrow, but sure.
If you were to pull open the chest, it is a painted, lacquered wooden chest banded with iron straps for durability. There is a lock, though it's currently unlocked. It opens smoothly, no squeaking, well oiled. Within is a simple silken bag, looking to contain 4 smaller bags.
Okay. I'm guessing we are opening the bag to see the others.
Mm-hmm.
Within are 4 smaller silken bags. Not the kind of baggy, formless kind, but more form-shaped around what looks to be a pile of, from the feel, metal discs.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to look within the discs are coinage. Heavy gold coins. Effectively, for the sake of this setting, they are platinum pieces, but they are row coins.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 10 for each of you.
10 gold pieces or 10 platinum pieces? No.
10 platinum.
Basically, you've just got gold coins and bigger gold coins.
I was kind of expecting the tail or tile from Chinese.
So we add 100 golden pieces.
To each of your inventories. This, you will all now recall, see your conversations with whoever recruited you, is not exactly your job payment. This is expenses.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you save, you may keep.
Well, that's good enough considering what we are about to do. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a suicide mission to some.
Oh, certainly. We are going into very dangerous territory.
We are going to try and assassinate one of the free lords of the land. We are probably risking more than just our head. But I suppose it's worth it.
I mean, if
That's
there's
a
necromancy involved, necromancy is very bad.
See, I've never really been involved with necromancy. I know about some spiritual stuff, but nothing on that level. If we are to expect something or anything closer to the necromancer of Ichizen, then yes, this is worrisome. Apologies. I'm just making you guys worry for nothing. Just ignore me.
It's always good to look at things expecting the worst, but then being pleasantly surprised when something good happens.
If only pleasant surprises were more popular than actually, unlucky things.
True. Still, there's hope.
There is. We are 4. We have some skills. I'm sure everything will fall. No, I'm not going to say it. Let's just rest.
Okay. So Kyoku is suggesting rest. Is there anyone who wants to do anything before turning in? There are sets of bedding in the main dojo room.
There is something, but I will let the others go first. It's nothing too fancy.
You go ahead and then I'll go.
Okay. I mean, my character wouldn't do much. Would basically just move back to the dojo and look around the place to see how treaded it is, so to speak. If many people have been in this place before, and anything along those lines.
No check needed. The mats have not been replaced in some years, but you're pretty sure that there are generations of imprints in these mats. And this
Damn.
would once have been an active, if not particularly populous school. Maybe a dozen students at most.
I'm just looking around the place, and this may probably look weird to the others, but my character wouldn't care. Sort of a personal focus of his, as if not minding his surroundings. It would assume your classic normal Chuden stance, which is the basic stance with the sword forward with his Odachi in both hands. Not unsheathing it, literally keeping it sheathed, but just assuming the position and doing some motion. As if shadow training, but for forward slashes, just going something like that.
After your third slash, you'll hear from above, "Please keep it down."
You see my character like startle at that and getting out of whatever mental state he was in, and just go, apologies. Yes, sorry. Ah, crap. And he will just sit there cross-legged, keeping his sword in one hand and going, fuck, freaking. And he just basically mumbles to himself.
Good lesson for everybody. Wooden buildings do not sound shield.
I'm gonna be honest, I was hoping he was going to react in some way. But yeah, I guess this is a thing that you can see. Like, he said so himself, but Kyoku does seem to focus on the practice and then just immediately stops and sits there, mumbling to himself.
Yep. I'm gonna walk over and say, you could do that outside. And then I'm just gonna see if I can walk outside. And my character would just like probably go like next to the lake and just like, wash his hands and just all of that stuff, because he's been traveling and he hasn't really been staying in inns or towns or anything. He's just been, wandering around in the forest and stuff like that.
Okay. If you were to knock on the outside door, the two men guarding it would slide it open and allow you out. They don't seem to have any intent to keep you anywhere. In fact, they don't really seem to care about you at all.
Mizuki will walk outside as well and go towards the trees, like down there at the gates, and look for her messenger raven or pigeon or whatever birds they were using as messengers in those times, and
Okay.
quickly write a note for her contact and send it with the bird to the city. With the
So you'd probably have...
with asking for her to be for the girl clothes for the Oirang procession, and if he can also arrange for either guard uniforms or the Oirang's guard uniform. Either or.
Okay. So you'll probably have had a pigeon in a cage outside then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then return.
Okay. That will go off. You are not going to get a reply back for a while.
I mean, I don't expect it to. I didn't expect a reply back, just sending a message to them to have it prepared.
That's fine. Alright. And Kishin, anything else before you sleep?
I'd say Kishin would try to find a go around outside. Probably try to find a more secluded area where it doesn't seem like anyone's watching him. And from there, and if he can, there with a clear sky, he's going to start doing his little performance.
Hate to break it to you, there's no clear sky.
Oh, there isn't?
It is drizzling.
Ah. If that's the case, then seeing that, he wouldn't bother trying it then. So in that case, he'd go right back inside. He'd find one of the mats probably furthest away from everyone and just go to sleep.
As you go back inside, I will say that you can probably hear Kyoku whispering to himself as he's left alone in the middle of the dojo, something along the lines of, gonna have to be working on the teamwork part. Just one random mumble.
I look at him sideways. I just sent a note to my contact. Have disguises prepared for us. If we're talking about team spirit.
He kind of jumps at that because he was basically in his spot. So, sorry. I tend to speak up loud when it comes to my thoughts. I didn't mean any insult by it.
It was no insult. Or at least it wasn't taken that way. If it was unconsciously done.
Good to know. I tend to be stressed when it comes to jobs like these, as you may have guessed. So I was just trying to analyze all the possible situations in my mind.
Yes, I can understand that. Yeah, I was that way as well at the beginning.
Oh, at the beginning of what?
At the beginning.
Again, you get that feeling that he's probably grinning under his mask at that. I see. Okay. Well, I guess it's time for me to get some rest.
Sleep well.
Got a big day ahead of us. Thank you.
Oyasumi
Same to
nasai.
you.
Good night.
Oyasumi nasai.
Alright. Well, if that's your good nights, then everyone will be able to get a night's sleep. However good it is or not will depend on the individual.
Random dreams. That's all I'm gonna say.
Random dreams and the occasional cough from the old priest upstairs.
Perfect.
As morning comes, you'll be woken to the sound of lake birds chirping, but not as loud as you might get from a farm bird like chickens or roosters, which are common enough on the mainland.
Mm-hmm. One thing I will say is, I don't know if it's to wake up first. Probably not. Depends on how everyone's habits are. But the first thing you can notice Kyoku doing in the morning is sitting in front of the small shrine at the entrance and just start doing some prayers, or at least something akin to meditating.
I leave him to it
Mm-hmm.
as I go outside to stretch. Like here, just stretch and do my stuff. What's the word for it? The
Exercises?
stances.
Kata?
Kata, yes.
Mm-hmm.
The two guards by this point have gone.
Oh. Guess I will get outside with the others once I'm done with my prayers.
It is a moody but fresh and dry day.
Mm.
The sky above is Heavy with greyish clouds, but not the sort that you think will rain anytime soon.
As soon as I get all my stuff ready, I will just look at the others if they are gathered there and say, "Good morning to everyone. Everyone ready?"
Morning. I'm ready.
As ready as I'll be.
Good to go.
Very well, then let's get on the road.
Okay. The road north. I'm going to move you back to the world map.
Hey.
It is a hard-packed, well-maintained trade road, heading northwest to Fukushima. To the north, there is a small copse of woodland, fairly thin, pine, and other hardwood trees, which will give way, you'd know, to a small bamboo forest at the base of the Asahi Mountains,
Mm-hmm.
kind of leading up to the base of what is a shrine town. But that's not the direction you're going. Instead, flanked by mountains, in clear view but a fair distance away from the road to the west and south, you'll spend the next... Well, that's a question. How swiftly do you wish to travel? If you travel at the fastest pace, you'll reach Fukushima within 5 days, far ahead of schedule. But you might...
How much far ahead? Sorry.
2 days.
2 days. Okay.
But you'll perhaps miss things along the way. If you travel at a comfortable pace, you'll arrive with about half a day to set up and prepare.
I guess we may decide as a party. What do you guys think?
You said if we go at a fast pace, we'll get there a bit early.
We'll have 2 days to prepare, basically.
But we might miss some things on the road.
Mm-hmm. Whereas if we go at a normal pace, we'll probably find these things, possibly, but we'll only have half a day of preparations once we get to town.
I already sent word ahead for the disguises, so we just need to don them, I guess, when we arrive. And make sure we're there on time. Like, on time of for the procession to start.
Considering we are basically hoping to go with this plan and adapt to the situation, I doubt having more days added would grant us any benefits if we don't know what we are to do. After all, we are a new party anyway. So maybe let's go at a normal pace.
Okay.
Very well.
Get more comfortable with each other as a party.
Mm-hmm.
Learn to
What do you
work with
think?
each other.
What do you think, Nightmare?
Sounds good.
Julio?
Okay. Then you'll
And,
be on.
this. You said this is a good, like, maintained road, right?
Yes.
Are there any trees next to the road?
The road is maintained well enough that there are no trees next to the road. You'll be looking at maybe 100 paces off the road to find like
okay, so I
wooded
can
areas.
ninja jump from tree to tree and still be near the party.
Pretty much no. Not on the main roads, at least.
I'll just be walking then.
Okay.
But be always on the lookout for anything dangerous.
How will you treat patrols? Because you will encounter 2 of them during that week, traveling between the city and the pilgrim town you've just left. Will you greet them or will you avoid them?
Respectfully bow to them as we walk past, I guess, from Mizuki.
Yeah, we have nothing to hide. I mean, avoiding them would probably be helpful, but they're just patrols on the way, so I'd say just trying to pass through them.
Yeah, I'm sure we wouldn't be the first people they just see walking.
Yeah, also there's a festival, so even
Yeah.
if we are harmed to the teeth, I'm sure there are other sellswords and the like going to the festival, so.
Yeah.
Despite your appearances, your assumptions are quite right.
Mm-hmm.
The men, and very, very occasional female samurai that passes you, will nod, but really pay you no heed, mostly nodding to those of you wearing swords,
Mm-hmm.
and pointedly ignoring the potential ninja.
I mean, I am wearing blue clothes to cover my ninja armor.
Then they will just ignore you.
Well, first objective achieved. Don't get killed on the road.
Yay!
So yeah, I guess we just try to pass through the patrols without causing too much trouble.
Achievement
need to
gained.
avoid-
Survive the road patrols.
Mm-hmm.
Such a difficult task.
I mean, it could have been, yes.
I mean, only if you're trying to look suspicious.
Are we?
I'm going to roll initiative. Okay.
Alright. Well, the week will pass without incident. As, for better or worse, this is a well-protected, well-patrolled road.
Hmm.
As...
I will.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I will ask something, Coco. Is there anything, given my expertise, so to speak, if I would roll a perception check, would I be able to notice anything particular, or is it just a worthless roll?
You're welcome to make a perception or a survival check if you wish.
I mean, let's go with my perception. Where are you, perception? There you are. 16.
This road, it is well maintained, but it doesn't look to be particularly well travelled. There are signs of tracks and wagon passage, but based on what you've seen, Satoichi is not a particularly big town. This direction doesn't lead to particularly large population areas. This would be a main road for the sake of reaching temples, but not much more.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. Then we'll just proceed forward with the others and just find my way forward. Unless anyone else wants to do anything, of course.
Probably not.
No.
I don't have the proficiency for it, or I would probably try to. If I had any plans to go forward with this character, I would probably add the gathering for poisonous stuff. That's her hobbies or something.
I'm pointedly not bringing up craft or survival stuff for the sake of the prologue.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. And I guess we move forward.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. The week will pass. It will remain drizzly, though you'll maybe get a couple of nights of clear skies for the dying moon as you approach the new moon on the night before the festival. The road is fairly busy with wild animals. You'll see the occasional deer, you'll see plenty of wild cats, and a couple of wild dogs in the northern forest will eye up the party, not really come any closer, knowing the dangers of people.
Okay.
Around dawn, you'll come in sight of Fukushima, and by about midday, you'll begin approaching via the Eastern Road. on the far shore from the city proper, but with a good view. As Fukuyama Castle City is located north of the Bosatz Chasm on the banks of the Denji River. Separating the inner city from the surrounding farmland is a tall, wooden palisade wall, well manned by samurai warriors in the green and brown livery of the Kagetora family. A further wall separates the inner city from the castle grounds where dwells Lord Kagetora himself and his family, along with his direct retainers and staff. The main gates that give entry to the city themselves are 15 foot tall and set into gatehouses with sturdy iron hinges. These gates can be barred with great wooden beams from the inside, and, you may know this, or you can easily be told this, are closed at night to all but known ranking samurai of Hatamoto and above. Those of you who have heard of Fukuyama may know of it for the swordsmith of the Okechi family.
Ooh.
Of the what family?
Okechi. I will put in chat.
Thank you.
Although Fukuyama has never been the friendliest of cities, it is still a reasonably cosmopolitan castle city. Although, even from the instant you come in sight of the city and actually see the first gates, all of them are fully manned. No half guard, no casual duty. Each gate seems to be manned by a full team of 5.
Oh.
And if you were to get closer and take a bit of a better look, there are no green soldiers among them. Every man on these gates is scarred, with calloused hands and a few grey hairs among them.
All veterans then.
They have, whoever has put these men on duty has put experienced men there. Yeah.
My character will literally whisper the same words you said to the party in a kind of a, I wouldn't say suspicious, but a mix of suspicion and worry.
As you're saying this, from a small farmhouse on the eastern banks, just ahead of you, a human man will casually stroll out from the building, not looking in any way like a farmer, looking more like a fairly well-dressed merchant, or some kind of general fixer from the city. Reach the outer wall and begin to rest against it.
Okay. Oh.
Get a bit closer, he's clearly not a merchant. He'll kind of look around and fix his eyes on Mizuki.
I make a gesture like contract to contract.
He'll kind of glance around and kind of wave you off doing that.
I mean, I did it subtly so no one would see but him.
He does it subtly as well.
Okay. I bow respectfully. Greetings.
He'll bow back. Respectful question before we go any further.
Of course.
Are you fucking nuts?
Perhaps.
It's quite blunt.
Well, yeah. Alright. Come in. He'll gesture towards the farm building behind him and lead you inside.
Thank you.
As he As my character follows everyone as the last one, he kind of whispers, "Lovely welcome."
He's
I
a
hear
required.
that.
He's a required taste. I say louder so that he can actually hear me clearly.
I also heard that.
I know.
Good. Kind of when you're
Okay.
inside, he'll kind of relax a little bit, close the door behind you. It's a small, 2-roomed farming house. With all of the apparel of a farmer, basic crockery pots and kind of rolled futon bed rolls in a communal room just off of the entrance hall. There's a simple kitchen stove in the middle and a small kind of chimney slat that can be pulled aside at the top. It is a commoner's farmhouse. And probably for 4 or 5 people. Wherever they are, they've probably been paid to be elsewhere. He'll sit with his legs crossed very casually. Yeah, sorry for being blunt. It's just, he'll glance at Kyoku.
Sorry for being yourself.
Oh no, it's not that. I'm normally a friendlier guy, aren't I? It's just that, all of the stiffbacks, it's like they sat on their swords a couple of days ago and they, been running around like furtive little fucking rats. Nobody can get anything done in the city right now.
Probably because of the procession.
Oh no, there's something else. The big bastard himself's up to something.
Details, please.
We ain't got any. Just as of a couple of days back, they stopped putting new kids on the gates. It's all his men now. No city men. Everyone you see wandering around with a sword is one of old Kagatora's war buddies. And I ain't not gonna go into the guys he's got on the castle gate right now.
So, let me get this straight. We got veterans doing guard job on each and every one of the gates, and no one in the city is suspicious about it except you?
Oh, everyone's suspicious, but who's gonna say shit?
I suppose.
And
Well,
where
are
are
we?
the new kids then?
Training in their halls and all that. And anyone
So
without
they're-
space has been kicked out of the city.
So they're basically all in one place, I would assume.
Nah, I wouldn't say that. I don't know the specifics, but honestly, most of the green ones and the ones who weren't his personal people left.
Great. This complicates things now.
Do you think
Oh, yeah.
it's because of what Benizo-san said to us?
I do not want to know anything about what you guys are up to.
Okay.
Anything.
Okay.
Probably better that way.
Yeah, I have a firm attachment and fondness for my continued living. But we don't know. We know he's got some guests, some priestly sorts. They showed up about the same time as everybody started getting itchy.
Priestly sword.
And the second son, the younger boy, useless scrot, got kicked out of the city too. He went off with some of the green swords.
Out of character, Kagatora's younger brother.
No, so the Lord himself, his wife is deceased, but he has 2 sons.
Ah.
one of which the elder is his heir, and if you have any knowledge of the family would know he's reasonably well respected for his age.
Mm-hmm.
He's like 15, 16 years old. The second son is not well thought of. He's seen as kind of like a useless, whiny brat.
And he was the one kicked out of the city with the green soldiers.
Yes.
I guess we need a new plan then.
And quick too.
Well, he'll nod to Mizuki. I can get you into the procession if you want. Masa's not got enough attendant girls to... Well, a couple of them left. Let's put it that way. But for the guards, they all need to be, checked and verified and all that. So I couldn't get any of them.
It's appreciated anyway.
He'll kind of walk into the other room and pull out, recover a bundle, bring it back and put it at your feet. Clothing.
Thank you.
He'll look at the rest of you. I can't get you into the procession, but is there anything else you need of me?
Tell me, do you think we would probably be able to fit as any of the guards?
Which guards? Procession guards?
Yes, of course.
No, like I said, Kagatora's people have been really stiff last couple of days. Every single one of the guards with the procession has to be checked by their people. If they're not known, well, you're not going to have your head by the time you reach the gates. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Have you noticed anywhere where there's any lighter activity? Maybe they're not paying as much attention.
The city proper, there's not many of them. They don't normally bother around there. It's a little bit tighter than normal, I guess. The gates are well guarded, obviously. But once you get to the castle, it's like a hornet's nest.
We'll need to rethink our plans very early.
Aye. I got this for you, if it's of any use. And he'll pull out a small sketch of the city. Particularly of a route, which I will now mark on the map when I can actually zoom in and look. It is marked in red. This is the route of Masoiden's procession. She'll pick up at the beginning of the Cherry Blossom Road, pass the North Shrine, make her offerings there as tradition dictates, loop around past the West Shrine, again, offerings, traditional that. Then she'll approach the castle gates. Then it's up Castle Hill and to the main entrance, Castle Courtyard, Castle proper.
The walls around the city are all like blocked, right? You can't get in any other way than the gates.
Well, what did you include in your message to him, Mizuki?
Prepare clothes and get us in the procession somehow? Or I think that was just letting him know that we're going to need to get into the castle.
Okay. Well, don't know if you can walk up walls, but you could always try climbing them. Don't get caught. There's a small jetty on the east of the city. It's privately owned. The guy there's meant to be responsible for keeping it watched. And he's been suspiciously lax the last couple of days, as though he's expecting someone. Wink, wink.
Nudge, nudge.
And he's not going to keep it up for any much longer. If he gets caught, then I would
Mm.
not want to be him. Otherwise, I don't fancy your chances. You could try entering the city officially. Maybe. Nah, I wouldn't suggest trying to bribe him. The odds of losing your head are way too high. Claim to be merchant? Nah, you're not going to fit that. I don't know. This is not an easy time.
Hmm. I was thinking, I mentioned to the guys that maybe you could climb the walls over here, like, or come here for this bridge. If there has to be a hole so the water can flow in or in and out the wall here, up at the Fukushima West Shrine.
Some sort of sewage entrance? Or simply for the river?
Yeah, like, and join us there with the procession.
Hmm.
Your contact will nod at this. That could get into the city. You're then going to have to deal with the castle gate, though. That's where you're going to be checked. And I'm actually going to mark on the map for you the castle gate. Well, rather the... I'm going to put a token there.
Hmm. What about? Can you guys swim?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, how does this river look? Does it look calm? Does it look like people can just swim?
So do you mean the Denji River, the big flow?
Yeah.
Or do you mean the... So this one?
Well,
This
yeah,
one
we're
here.
we're. I don't
Um,
know if we would know that.
Well, you can kind of see and you can ask the local who does not have a name at the minute and are actually just going with nameless. Just he will be Nanashi for the time being. Visibly, the main body of the river flow is fairly fast once you get away from the shore, but not so fast that it wouldn't be swimmable, but fast enough that it may be dangerous. The tributary itself, however, is quite a bit faster, but also significantly narrower.
Because I had the idea of you like trying to get in from this and just making your way through this towards here to this bridge and then join the procession, so that you wouldn't have to be checked.
I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back.
So just real quick, what has happened? Sorry.
It has been suggested that perhaps those of you who are not Mizuki could enter through kind of the northern, like, sluice gate, where the river tributary is able to enter the city, and then swim through a similar sluice gate into the castle proper before coming ashore, and thus avoiding the kind of inner wall check gate.
Just going to say then that Joker would have probably been, unless there's any other possibilities that we can explore, then yes. We'll still have half a day left to try and find another way if needed.
The only ways I'm seeing is either trying to scale the walls around, or this option now of sneaking in through the river.
Well, that seems fair, but what about once we are inside?
I mean, the procession is already has already been checked by the gates. So I don't know if they'll be making a second check at the main gate of the castle. But I think if once they made, I hope at least that once they made that the procession makes it through the main gate, entrance gate, that it's gonna be left alone to enter the castle, and you can then sneak in, join the procession at this junction.
Well,
So we're all in the procession then.
I guess that's our best bet then. I really can't seem to come up with any other plans, so worth a try. We were ready for any sort of suicide mission, as I said days ago, so might as well try this one.
Indeed, this sounds like it might be our most covert and best option.
I'm not really up for covert, but if it means we get inside without fighting any veteran samurai, then yes.
If I may, that'll probably get you inside the castle walls if you're not caught.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't gonna get you inside the castle proper. You lads, anyway. They're only after the girls, but it'll get you close.
And yes, there's also apparently. I mean, we can use you can use a distraction as the procession comes to the gates to make your way behind the castle, inside the castle somehow. Maria?
My comment will probably sound really, really, really stupid, but we don't have much options, and this seems to be the only affordable way for all of us to get in. And I'd rather have all of us in than just let Mizuki do all by herself. So I'd say
I'll
we
definitely wait for you to join me in the room before we do it.
I'd
I wink
say
suggestively.
I'd say I kind of staggered that, but I'm probably grinning under my mask. But I say, in a more serious tone, I'm sure Kishin, Sora, and I can figure out ways to most probably try not to get killed. We're gonna have to improvise. There are too many details we would need to worry about otherwise. And I do look at both Kishin and Sora saying, unless you guys got any other alternatives.
No, I could certainly have ways of getting around obstacles when the time comes. At least any physical obstacles. It would simply be a matter of managing to sneak in and, not exactly be be suspicious.
So long as the objective is done, well, by whatever means we get out wouldn't matter. So even if we happen to split, we can reconvene afterwards. So long as we do manage to get inside, all of us, inside the castle at the very least.
Well, I've got you a raft if you need that to get across the river. I don't know if you want to be marked across the Great Red Bridge.
I'll probably
Well,
get in officially if you have the clothes, like if it's
Aye.
And the others can, I don't know, say hi to that guy that you've noticed on the dock.
He'll shrug. I'm a facilitator.
That may actually be a good idea.
You're gonna want to wait till dark before you do that, though, or any samurai with eyes is gonna see. Oh, there's a raft coming across the lake, the river, rather. Guys, longbows.
I'd rather avoid an arrow in my back, yes.
or to the knee.
Or anywhere else, yes.
Arrows just about anywhere would be quite painful. Not welcome.
True.
Well,
All right. He'll push himself to his feet. Right, hands on his knees first, and then up. Head westward to the shore. You'll find it's a simple wooden raft with a couple of rowing poles. They're not going to be able to get you. They're not going to be able to push from on the base of the river, but they'll work as oars to pull you across. It may take some time and some work, especially to be quiet, but they'll get you across. Mizuki, if you're entering the procession, you're going to have to come with me.
Yes, sir. Hi.
None of that. I am not a sir to you. I am a thug and a ruffian. I'm just keeping you safe until you're in the Orden's company.
I know. I'm still grateful.
She does not know anything about you. She thinks you're a standing attendant, and she thinks I don't know you. Please don't change her mind on that.
Of course.
Brilliant. The rest of you probably want to wait till nightfall. But if there's anything else this one can do for you, please let him know before he walks out the door.
I'm
Well,
going to walk somewhere like the others can't see and just change myself into the servant girl clothes.
Okay.
Make myself look as unnoticeable as possible, but still look the part. Like cover my hair with the clothes, or if there's a hair coverage hat or something with the disguise.
There is a headpiece.
Mhm.
Sorry, somebody else was saying something.
Where did he say the raft was?
It'll be against the kind of water. There's not a token on the map, but I can change that.
Okay. We should make sure that we have all the equipment we need. Any climbing equipment in an emergency or anything last minute we need.
anything specific that you're looking for?
Well, if we're looking to possibly climb, in the case that we can't sneak in, that we might need to climb over walls, we should make sure. I don't know if a grappling hook would be appropriate for this setting.
Well,
Probably a bit too loud.
I have
Mm.
something like this if needed. Could work just as well. And I basically from the mounts of weapon that he has on his back, he pulls out what appears to be a hand spear, same thing that probably common foot soldiers use. Basically, it's like a javelin but smaller. And you can see that there's a rope attached to it, around it. Probably wouldn't work just as well, but if I throw this with enough strength, I'm sure it could work just as well as something to climb up the walls.
Definitely be useful.
So there's supposed to be like you said fireworks or something during the festival?
There's not going to be fireworks. The festival's tomorrow, and there'll be a lot of dressing up A lot of market stalls and celebrations and people paying worship at shrines. It's like the Festival of Ages, the Jedi Festival.
So I assume
Anything
it's
that
gonna
you
be really loud.
Oh, it'll be busy and it will be loud. Yes.
Mm.
Anything specific that you could tell us about the festival? Well, anything that would be useful to us.
Ooh. What might be useful to you? So, it's held every year on the 22nd of the month. And then there is a large festival parade that travels around the city before heading out and heading southeast towards Setoichi. It's a festival of the ages, and yeah, it's kind of a festival to celebrate the passage of time and all of that.
Mm.
Big Bastard himself will be at the head of it when it leaves the city.
Okay. Then actually, Say, you said that the people guarding the gates are probably veteran hands, correct? All of them,
Yeah.
and they all loyal to him.
Oh yeah.
I might have an idea, but I'll not risk it for now.
Like, wait until he's out of the castle?
The archers would probably slaughter us if we do try and attempt anything like that, but
Oh, do not try the procession, buddy.
yeah, I could guess as much.
It's going to be a small army, if last year was anything to go by.
I imagine that. No, my idea was something different, but it's nothing we should worry about. The plan we concocted is still the better option. I can worry about it later. We could call it a plan B.
Maybe
Nothing.
just tell us of it just in case, so we're all in the know, not just you.
He kind of breathes heavily, just sighs, and goes,
Team spirit, remember?
yeah,
I
team
agree at
spirit.
him cheekily.
The fact that you're using his words against him makes him mad, but at the same time, he's like, she's right.
Eh.
Okay, so this may seem kind of an exaggeration, but to an extent, I know how to portray myself as a samurai. Maybe sneaking in as one of these people would be hard enough, but given the right disguise and the right information, I could be able to pass as one of his loyal people. But again, that is still a gamble. If needed, maybe I could find a way to be part of the people following him. He must have a set of bodyguards following him around, that much I'm sure of.
Oh yeah, but he's going to know each and every one of them by name and face and family lineage back 10 generations.
Yep, which is where my gamble comes in. As much as I am aware of most things, this land, I haven't experienced as much. So, again, call it a plan B. Nothing.
You
Nothing
can
to
change your
worry.
face.
I hesitate. He hesitates for a little. I can't change my face, no, but I can act the part better than most.
If you'd given me a month, I could probably have gotten you enough details and a disguise that would maybe get you in among the rank and file.
You did more than most people I've worked with. It's fine. Don't worry. Our plan is still the best option. But thanks anyway.
I hate to press, But Mizuki, we gotta get you in there.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready. I made sure
Alright.
to cover everything with the farmer, the servant clothes. Make sure that none of my hair color is seen because it is kind of visible,
Mm.
and making sure that the clothes over my stuff don't show any kind of idea that there are weapons beneath it.
Well, the stuff he'll have given you would have been a heavy kimono,
Mm-hmm.
decorative, but in the kind of cheap imitation way.
Mm-hmm.
A heavy wig headpiece with kind of imitation gold pins through the hair. You are dressed as an apprentice, geisha or oiren, as such an individual would have attending her.
So I can leave my kunai at my thighs because that the kimono is low enough that it hides them and just can't be seen. And
Yes.
my tachi can maybe be tucked into the sleeves, like of some sort.
You're looking at an action to recover any weapon from within that, but yes.
I mean, I don't need the tachi as much as because I can just make a weapon from thin air for some reason. But I can, yeah, I can get into a safe place after that and hide myself and use an action to get the weapons out.
Alright. Well, your contact, the man known as Nanashi, will be able to lead you the full and cumbersome route northward to the Great Red Bridge. And over the course of the next hour and a bit, you'll have to walk fairly slowly in your get-up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Can I
go
ask
ahead.
a quick question before moving forward? How much time would we have before nightfall?
By this point, you're probably looking at 1 p.m., so you're maybe looking at 7.5 to 8 hours before full dark. There is no moon, so it'll be unusually dark tonight.
And getting into the city and doing things would probably take too much to do a thing real quick.
What are you looking to do?
Well, my character was going to ask Nanashi if he knew where the shop or house of the Okechi family is, since he wanted to do a quick visit.
Oh, he knows exactly where they are. They're here.
Do you think I'd be able to make it in time?
Oh, if you're going to get through the gate, then yeah. See if they let you in.
If they let me in. Now that's the big question. This is fine. I can worry about stuff later.
Aye.
Sure, go ahead.
Alright. Anyone else need anything from him before he takes Mizuki away? Okay. You'll attract a few eyes, Mizuki, as you walk northward. You are passing through farming territory, so most of the people here don't tend to see Oiran processions. They just tend to hear them and hear of them. But he'll be able to lead you to the Red Bridge, and then to the northern gate, well, the northeastern main gate, where after a few minutes of grovelling and explanation, he will convince the samurai on duty that you are what you seem. You are a replacement attendant for Masa Oiran. They know very well that she has been hired to attend their lord that night, and that she will be travelling with a traditional procession. Samurai are very fond of tradition, and they will make maybe a little bit too little trouble. None of the rowdiness, none of the bullying you might expect of a a more
Green.
professional board guard,
Yeah.
or somebody new to throwing around their power.
Mm.
They will inspect him very closely, pat him down for weapons and all that. You, they will glance over,
I
but
act
they will
as
not
a
touch.
geisha apprentice does. Like, I think I don't know much about the geisha culture, but I think I would bow respectfully.
Please make me a deception roll.
With advantage because I'm in disguise.
No.
Here we go. Good.
As you kind of bow, smile, kind of slip a little bit on the slightly oversized sandals that he's given you, he'll kind of catch in his throat. Really sorry. She was the best we could get, and she's a fucking child. My lords. One of the samurai will chuckle and kind of wave you through the gate, putting Mizuki and Nanashi into the city proper. As you walk through or kind of lean in, you didn't have to say shit. Please don't say anything else. Just smile, look pretty, and
I mean, I didn't say that out. That was out of character.
oh yeah.
I just bowed and respectfully and smiled in character.
And that's why you didn't have disadvantage.
Ah, okay.
Alright, I'm going to get you set up with Master's people. You'll be with her girls then. Just be warned, a few of them probably do know how to stab someone.
I say out of the corner of my lips, like quietly, so only he can hear me. So can I.
That's the point. Like, you're not going to find trained assassins in there.
Yeah, I know.
But
I mean,
they're
I
probably
assume.
used. Yeah, they're probably going to be used to using their pins and stuff to stab people's eyes out if they get a bit too, aggressive.
Mm.
And then I'm gone.
I thank you still.
Hey, well, thank me with coin next time we meet.
I will.
All right. He will set you up with Oiren's people. You won't meet the woman herself, as she is going to be spending the next several hours preparing. But her attendants don't need to spend anywhere near as long, and will be putting the final touches to their appearances. They'll greet you coolly, but friendly enough. You're an outsider, you're not a threat to them. A few of them will maybe look at you as though they're wondering how they can use you to get leverage against the others. But they're all youngish, maybe early 20s, late teens, early 20s, and dressed in very similar, if slightly more expensive, robes and apparel. And you will be set up in a. He's a rich man. You'll be set up in a small lodge at the eastern side of the Cherry Blossom Street, Cherry Blossom Road. While this is going on, gentlemen, what are you all up to?
I mean, supposedly we are awaiting nightfall, but first we need to get to the boat, to the raft.
Yep, it's like a 5-minute walk from the farmhouse to the raft.
Well, as we get there, I turn around to the two of them and say, "Okay, so this is definitely something I haven't tried before, so it's going to be new. Well, not the boat
Thinking.
traveling, but the rest."
Can't say I'm experienced in it either, but what we're gonna have to do if we want to succeed on this job.
This is the thing, though. Well, maybe I'm just too curious for my own sake, but why have this many veterans at the gates? I get it, it's a stupid question, but there must be something going on inside besides what Benizo told us. I
Oh,
guess that the man
certain.
is. Oh, sorry.
No, oh, certainly. He surely must have some sort of plans for this day that must be so important.
We are walking right into it.
Oh, this is the time frame of our assigned job. If we don't get it now, we never will.
And we'll probably end up with our heads on pikes. So
That is a possibility.
again, I'm overthinking things. Apologies.
Honestly, thinking about everything that can is like Mizuki said, if you think about everything that can go wrong, you'll be pleasantly surprised when they rarely do. When they rarely go right.
I guess I'm just not used to things going well. But I'll trust you on this one. I'll trust all of you on this one.
Trust me, I'm a bit of similar in that regard. That I'd simply prefer to imagine things will go well here so that I can keep on my own way. And not have to look forward to having my head on a pike.
What about you, Sora? Do you look forward to having your head on a pike? Gonna share the place with us?
Can't say I'm too excited about that thought.
And let's make sure not to make that a reality.
Very well. I think we spoke quite enough. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
Can we? So, is this raft small enough that we could pick it up?
Easily.
So, I would probably suggest maybe we just move it. We're supposed to go to the private dock, right?
Yeah.
That is
I think
one
so.
option.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought like he paid someone. If I remember correctly, he paid someone to not really pay much attention. Where was that supposed to be?
That is this dock. This kind of eastern entranceway. Like a private entrance for the people who own this house.
So it was. Is the plan to go that way, or is the plan to go through the river?
Hmm.
Because I thought we were going to the dock. So I was gonna suggest moving the raft maybe up here. Just pick it up, go through like the forest, go up here, and then from there we can go just do a straight shot instead of like riding it
that is a good plan.
to where if we ride it the way like if we ride it from here to over there, we might I mean there might be a better chance of people just noticing.
I guess. Yeah. Let's say.
The issue though that Mizuki
Mhm.
brought up is that for, by going by the river, we get past the last gate. That would be the main issue of sneaking into the procession.
Hmm.
Because if we go by the private dock, we'll still have to go all the way around to and find a way past the final gate.
Um the plan was to meet up here, right?
Up where?
Uh on the bridge that's on the lake all the way up. Yeah, right there.
Mhm.
Was that the plan? So if
I
we were
believe so.
already in the city, wouldn't we just be able to walk over there freely since we're already in the city?
Not quite. Since see right there, that's the last gate. I believe that's what she was referring to. So if we want to get past there, we'd have to we'd have to go by the river.
Hmm. I mean, the question is, should we risk it or should we just go the safe way? Either way, it's not like we have a lot of time. So, I mean, until nightfall, sure, but we might as well go with the plan that could lead us forward the best, even though we may risk it. But to be completely honest, either way is fine with me and with Kyoku. So
Okay. So we are taking the raft into the city.
yes,
Okay. The only thing I was saying, I wasn't trying to switch up the rest of the. I'm just saying like we might just bring the raft up here, go up here, and then I thought we were going to the private dock anyway, and then we would still do the rest of what we're supposed to do.
that could be a. I'm just saying that could be a good idea. Well, even if we have to risk it, might as well. Or we can go the safe route and just see if that works. We are
Well,
literally improvising, so
yeah. See, the problem with the private dock idea is that where are we gonna go from there, though? We're gonna have to walk through the city, which, and then we'd have to go through more gates to try to meet with the rest of the procession, or have to cross this part of the river.
true.
It might. There is a distinct possibility we get caught by trying to ride along the river, but it's the most direct way over there.
That's a good argument. What do you think, Nightmare?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'd say we go with the direct route at this point rather than go for the private docks.
The raft
Even if
could. We did say, like, out of character DM. I know he was mentioned before that. Yeah, he did say it was a possibility we could go in through the river. Do we know if the raft could fit through there to get there?
The raft will not be able to get through the sluice gates. You as humans would be able to squeeze through. There may be 3.5 foot wide. But whatever happens, the raft, so you could kind of like get off it and kind of maneuver it through. That's going to make noise. Also, if it's important, the river flow is this direction,
okay.
kind of joining the river rather than.
Okay, see, that does change things then.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, then trying to swim up the rest of the river is not going to be as viable then.
I
So we'll be
could
going against
potentially
the flow of the
do it.
river.
The problem is for you two, which I think would be quite problematic.
I'd say have a think while we wait for nightfall, and while we take our 10-minute break in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Then when we come back, kind of compare solutions, and then skip ahead to nightfall. Sound alright with everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I'm going to go make a coffee.
Yeah. Okay, so that does change things a bit, but
Yep, I'll be right back.
I mean, you could always take the raft here and go around.
yeah, that is what I was thinking. Hmm. I'd say we should probably go with that because we might as well. We're gonna have to risk something either way, is what I'm trying to say. So. Hmm.
But yeah, I can see I made a good decision not bringing Mayumi in yet, because assassination is not a priest's, a shrine maiden's job. She would be interested
Oh,
in the necromancy stuff, but she would not go with the party in killing. Probably just want to detain him prison or
oh
something.
yeah. Yeah. I'd say just try to get there and do the procession as soon as possible.
Yeah, also in a procession as a priestess.
Mm-hmm.
She would not, I don't think she would get into the castle at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say we should try for that route with the raft because one thing we'll have to risk anyway. So
But yeah, the veteran guards at the at the door at the gates change things.
the veteran guards are really freaking suspicious to me, and I don't know what the frick is going to happen.
Mizuki has
But
a suspicion that the younger son and the green soldiers, the new soldiers, are going to be sacrificed as for a necromancy ritual. That's why they were sent out of the city or something to a place where they can be ritualized and massacred.
oh, Kyoko has no
That's
idea
me.
what
That's
could it be.
Mizuki's
Hmm.
thoughts on it.
Yeah, I got it.
I mean, how else would he get an army of foot soldiers?
Good God, maybe we arrive late. We're gonna have to kill the fucking children and young ones, turn into zombies.
Mhm. Maybe if
That would
Mizuki
be
dies, she
hard.
can come in later as an
Oh
undead
God, no,
zombie.
no,
Then you have to
no,
fight. Because
no,
she's working for Kagetora if you don't manage to kill him.
no. We're trying. We're getting everyone out alive.
I mean, that's the pessimist way of thinking that I'm noticing Kyoko is.
Hmm. This is complicated. Mm.
It's a good complicated. Like we have to think.
No, this is the good complicated, but
Hmm. I would say that Mizuki has the easiest job so far.
You do. I'm just completely in thought because I'm guessing what even if we took the other route with the raft, we could throw around some rolls to maybe try and sneak. And I have expertise with both, so I can probably try to balance it in a way that it avoids raising too much suspicion. Problem
Mhm.
is, we're still out in the open, so. Mm, hmm. Mm. Yeah, I'd say this is still the best way.
I do have a cool way to disappear from view, though. Get into a safe place. Basically,
Yeah.
the teleportation method from the Naruto ninjas. The what is it? The technique, leaf technique that you disappear.
The substitution technique.
No substitution. The transportation one.
Hmm.
Again.
I don't remember the name though.
Shunshin, I think.
Oh yeah, no, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, body flicker technique, Shunshin no Jutsu.
Mm-hmm.
This is Shukuchi. Basically
At least
disappear
you
in a
get the.
cloud of smoke, in a puff of smoke.
Well, one with the thing. Mm-hmm. Mm. It's tricky.
You can't take the raft like over here and then take it over this side, right?
No, I
Probably
don't
not.
think so.
Yeah, take too much time, especially if it's against the river flow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Do we
Oh,
have?
I'm back.
Welcome back. Do we have
Back.
Nightmare, or is he away still?
Like I said, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
I think we're missing Smash.
Voices. I'm still learning them. Apologies.
It's okay. I think we're
Same.
only missing Smash.
I'm still learning the names.
I'm kind of happy with the character names, barring one that kind of was only given a name last night. So
By the way, your name Kyoku gives me these vibes for this song. Like makes me remember this song at least from Hakuoki.
I did choose the name for a specific reason. So. Let me hear this.
warning: it is loud.
Oh, I am aware. Don't worry.
I mean, you can set the volume.
Yeah, but Fred Boat setting doesn't do anything for it because it's not Fred Boat.
I see Nightmare measuring the raft. Got a plan?
Yes, before we kind of continue, I'd like to, out of character, know what it is you're intending to do.
See, at this point, as I have said, I'm like, we might as well take the first route that we talked about,
Which was
the one you
What?
proposed.
Okay.
Because if we're not gonna have the raft fit the other way, and we can't walk all the way or just swim all the way, unless you guys think it's a viable way. Yeah, we'll wait for Smash for confirmation. We'll see.
so. What was the original plan?
The one of going by the river, since we can't go through the gate.
Okay.
My understanding of it, because
Mm-hmm.
I gotta need one, is somehow make your way up to this point,
Yes.
and then through, kind of as people, not with the raft, swim through this sluice,
Yes.
across this lake, and through this sluice to get into the castle area. And then at some point come ashore and either join the procession or use it as a distraction to approach the castle.
Again, seems like the most viable choice. Sure, we'll have risks, but we have risks either way.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's all fine.
I mean, if you
There's
think
the city.
Mm-hmm.
The city does have people in it, right?
It does. Although most of them will be in bed by the time it's dark.
And there are guards around the city. Not many, but some.
Yeah, not many. And those who are in the city are mostly off duty. But there are eyes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Sneaky, sneaky.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. I'm back. What did I miss?
Everything.
Nothing. Just confirming what's kind of going on.
I mean, you can repeat it for Smash if you want, Coco, because I think this is the one plan we have that actually could work at this point.
I've heard two plans.
Yeah, which I mean, though, that's the thing. Again, we wouldn't fit through the gate, so the other plan is better, even if risky. We're gonna have to take risks either way.
Okay, let me outline the two plans I'm aware of as a DM from your sake.
Okay. Okay.
Plan 1. Somehow, from where you are here, reach the shore, then come around to the top of the city, enter sluice gate here, swim without a raft but as people, make your way across this lake, continue swimming into the castle ward. Once you pass the gate, come ashore, either join the procession or use it as a distraction to approach the castle. Option 2, take the raft from here, move it north, at nightfall come across to here, enter the city, and then find some way to kind of achieve the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. That was the one I was talking about. Yeah.
Seems like the second plan's a lot of guesswork.
That's the thing. We'll have guesswork on the other way too.
I mean,
Well,
with
I was
this
just-
way, let's be honest, we don't know if there are any guards in the city
Mis-
patrolling the roads.
Mizuki is not there. I hate to be that guy.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Nightmare.
I'm gonna turn my mic off now.
There's people in the city, so it's not like they're gonna know all these people are outsiders. They're just gonna think we're just people walking around the city. Would be my guess, because I was just thinking of going this way, and then doing the same thing. But it's just more kind of direct for me because this is like half the time
Oh.
it would take for us to go like all the way around and then up here, and then like it takes like half the time. I don't know if we'd have enough time.
As far as I'm aware, face recognition software and lists aren't a thing, so we could try that.
Yeah, because
Okay, I see that now.
um, I don't know how hard swimming would be because if we went the long route, I mean, we could grab the raft with us and just like walk it all the way up here. But
With that route, you would be swimming with the river flow, so it would be much easier.
yeah. But then actually like carrying a raft through the city might not. I don't know how that's gonna play out. That might be a bit weirder.
You'd look strange.
Yeah.
Or, if a guard stops us, I could simply tell, I am a fisherman. Yes, I have a lot of weapons, but I'm a fisherman. Yes, I am dragging around my raft. It's my lifeline. Thank you.
Maybe we should maybe we should fish for a little bit, just make it more believable.
Yeah. We could probably take the raft like for nightfall for a while. And if there are guards around, we just put ourselves over here, I think. Was it right here? And we just try and fish. Make it appear as if we're fishing, as if we're fishers. And if you guys, because I believe I am probably the most suspicious of all, maybe I'm just a random sellsword that's with you for some reason, and I can try and find the reason with that. So they can't be suspicious about everyone, after all.
Okay. So I guess which way are we doing then? Going the long way is probably safer.
Well, probably I'd vote again the more direct route.
Yeah.
We're just gonna have to be wary of guards this way and patrols.
Yeah.
Can we go with that?
It's the kind of music you'd think you'd be in an action sequence.
It's more suspensey. You're about to commence with the subterfuge and the stealth.
I'd say we go with that. What do you guys think?
I say
I'd say
Good.
I was gonna say through the. I would my vote is for the dock.
Yeah, knowing that whole plan now, I'm actually fine with the docks plan now.
Then dock it is. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay. Nightfall will come at about 9 p.m. 2 hours after that, the order and procession will begin. Take you to row across about 600 meters. Who is going to be doing the oarmanship to row across?
Probably me.
Not Mizuki.
Probably me. 100% not, but yes, me. Please, me.
And the second oar?
I could help.
Would both of you please make me an athletics check then? See how quickly you're
Yes.
able to push across.
Yes, sir. And now let me see spectacularly fail, cause this is me. Come on. Give me a second. My sheet isn't loading. Give me a sec.
That's fine. Pretty good roll from Sora.
Roll 20 be like that sometimes.
Come on. Roll it. Athletics.
17 to 16. It'll take you about 40 minutes to cross the water and land on a little jetty of land just outside the walls. with an unguarded, just walk-through gate leading into the city proper. There is a small unlit lantern and fish shrine stood innocuously by the waterside. And with that, you'll make landfall.
Gonna try and quickly grab the raft, I think.
Okay. And what would you like to do with it? Carry it.
So
Yeah.
these
So
are
the
bridges.
which?
I'm still on the ruler.
Yes, the red things are all bridges typically, or the shrine over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, cool. I thought there was something else. I was very confused.
Nope,
Okay,
they're bridges.
then I guess we'll start making our way.
Okay. How are you walking? Are you walking as though you belong, or are you trying to avoid attention as much as possible?
See, this is the part where I'm like, we should probably try to not to stand out. Let's say.
Yeah, let's try to keep attention off us as much as possible. As much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In order to avoid raising too much suspicions, I'm probably gonna be, obviously, since I'm dragging around the raft, behind
Yeah.
them both.
We're going straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
We might not need the raft on.
Well, no, we need to go up, remember, because the river flows down.
Okay.
That was your plan.
I believe so. Yeah. If
All
we
right.
do need the raft, yeah. If we need for the, yeah.
Well, if
Yeah.
you're planning to enter the water from here, the raft will not fit through this sluice gate.
Yeah.
Crap. Then I'd say let's risk the swimming at this point. It's not like we can go back. Let's go.
Yeah,
Okay.
so do we need to even be worried about carrying the raft then?
No, I'll just
No.
leave it there.
Okay. Pulled up on shore and not immediately attracting attention. Would each of you please roll me a stealth check, just to see how well you navigate the city without attracting attention?
Ooh, stealth. Great. I'm totally good at stealthing.
You have a
things.
positive number.
Sure. Positive number.
Oh no!
You called it.
What?
You
What is-
called it, Coco. You called.
What is...
Oh god.
Wait. Oh, I got magical guidance, so I will spend a sorcery point to re-roll that.
Go ahead.
Please roll an @20 for the love of God.
Well, now you said that, it's not gonna happen.
I know. Shut up.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
better.
It
A
is
little
better.
bit.
Alright. So you are not going to be... Kishin is probably going to be able to move reasonably unnoticed.
Mm-hmm.
Kyoku will be... Let's just say you probably haven't bathed recently. So
Yep.
locals will probably be giving you a wider berth.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And Sora may be staring a little bit too intently at people as you pass them. Though they are mostly locals and heading to their beds. You first enter the town. Let's just see if there's anyone significant who notices you.
Oh god.
I find it funny that the person wearing almost all black with a hood up is being the most stealthy here. You'd think, looking
I
at that,
mean-
they'd be the most suspicious.
I mean, I'm a giant man with a bunch of weapons on me, so.
Okay. As you enter the city, a couple of tired-looking local fishermen kind of notice you at the last minute and then suddenly give you a very wide berth. As this happens, looking southward, you see a pair of drunken samurai.
Uh-oh.
A little bit less scarred and veteran than those on guard.
Hmm.
Kind of just leaning over this wooden bridge here. Not paying attention to anything around them. You're going to have to travel, like, this route, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. I believe
yeah.
that was the plan, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then I'm going to roll twice more to see first if anybody notices you as you kind of skirt past the city square.
Okay, this
Yeah.
kind of plays into my character. Can I myself, because that's what Kyoku will look about to make sure we're trying to smooth through this as safely as possible, would I be able to roll a perception check to see not just the random people, but anything that could appear suspicious in regards to how we are moving forward? Because that's something you will look about for.
I mean, at this point, coming in as you have, you are clearly outsiders. No roll needed for that.
Okay.
Anybody really on their guard is going to kind of single you all out.
Mm-hmm. I'd
But
say we
you are not kind of like running through the city, cutting people's heads off and screaming murder.
no, we are not. We are definitely not. I'd say we just make our way forward at this point. What do you
Okay.
guys think? You guys okay with that?
Yeah. I got a question about what is the guidance?
Guidance is a... Oh, you're not intending to have that on?
Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
Okay, that comes from something that shouldn't be enabled. What?
When you make a new sheet, the guidance is added automatically. Whenever you make a
Yeah.
new sheet, there's a guidance that's automatically there. That's probably what it is.
Okay, let's try this. Yeah, guidance is gone now. I've actually had to add guidance though. That's roll 20 being weird.
Is that like a spell?
Guidance is a cantrip, yes. It's available to clerics and druids and a few others. It's a 1 minute concentration, and your next skill check gains a bonus of 1d4. Can be applied to
Yeah.
yourself or somebody else.
Okay. Yeah, rangers don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe.
I don't think they do
Just
by base. though.
clerics and ranger. Just clerics and druids, I think.
Okay, yeah, so I don't. Whatever. Yeah, I just don't know how it's on
Don't
there.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. It happens to everyone.
It's roll 20. Because the global skill mod field is enabled, for some reason it kind of puts a placebo in there until you actually add something. So now I've actually added guidance for you. It doesn't show it anymore.
Okay, cool.
Okay, as you kind of approach the town square, there are a number of samurai kind of at attention in the square,
Mm-hmm.
but mostly just interacting with locals. One of them does have a gourd of what looks to be something a bit stronger based on his reaction when he sips it. But they do not pay much attention to you. One of them seems to glance over, kind of cock his head,
Mm-hmm.
but then gets pulled away by the other. As you will safely make it past Junction 2.
What the? Okay.
Final junction will be the approach, kind of over here. This time a local kid will kind of stumble out of his house, chasing what looks to be a family cat. He'll pick it up, look up, eyes go wide, seeing you three, turn and hurry back inside.
Okay. Not thinking about it, just moving forward.
You will be able to make it to here without raising uproar. The city encounters worked in your favor.
Oh, cool.
All right.
I mean, we are not stopping. We're gonna have to move forward. Give me a second. 40 minutes until procession begins. 45 minutes until procession begins. Okay.
Okay, that's good. We're in position before the procession starts.
We are in position, so I'd say the best we can do right now, I guess, is try to blend in as soon as the procession passes. Or do you guys intend to do anything else to make our chances better?
Well, no, we still need to get past under the bridge so we can get, because otherwise we're going to be inspected at the gate. We still
Okay.
need to do that. We just have some time to probably just get down and hide, but by the time the procession begins, then we can go in that way.
Alright, so let's get hiding.
Okay. As you approach the point where you're planning to enter the river,
Mhm.
you will be able to see that there are a pair of samurai on guard in this guard tower. They're not quite as alert as those on the outer wall, but you don't think you're going to be able to get into the water without a distraction.
Would
Oh.
so would any of this block their view?
So the guard tower itself is about 35 foot tall. You're as much in danger of being seen in the water if you're going to kind of enter it further upstream.
Okay.
But I mean, the procession was suggested as a distraction.
So we could either try and make a distraction now or wait for the procession.
I might have an idea for a distraction. It would need to wait for the procession to be on its way for me to, for it to be most effective and make sense. Might have a little magical trick that might help.
We might as well go with that. Anything that makes our passage safer.
Yeah.
As you're talking, you'll become aware of movement northeast in the city, in the Cherry Blossom Road, where attendants and guards are starting to get ready for the procession.
I say we get positioned by the bridge, Sue, so we're ready to go.
Yes. We move close to the bridge then? Yeah.
Okay. Time passes. You'll secrete yourselves within kind of the light tree coverage near the kind of little pond lake bit over here. And pretty much on the dot, 11 o'clock, from the northern building, at kind of the northeastern end of the Cherry Blossom Street, an incredibly tall woman will emerge. Tall, not just for her own self, but the fact that she's wearing 6-inch high, very awkward and thick sandals, elevating her a good head above the rest of her entourage, which will include Mizuki.
I mean, I'm only. How tall am I? Let me check. I think I'm 4 feet 9 inches. Yeah, very small.
Well, the whole point of the sandals is to raise the Oiran above the crowd.
But I'm still a very small, even without the inches.
You will have been given sandals designed to keep you on a perfectly even height with the other attendants.
Okay.
So where are they passing by right now?
Right now, they are exiting the geisha house
Okay,
over here.
not quite yet.
Soon, my precious, soon.
The procession forms up. It will include Master Oiran, a young-ish, maybe early 20s professional courtesan, made up in a very expensive red silken kimono, decorated with peach and cherry blossom. A very ornate golden headpiece sits on her head. And any of you knows anything about these processions will know it's not her real hair. That will be underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Pale white face paint covers almost equally pale skin beneath. And accompanying her are her attendants. Mizuki, you and one other girl will have been entrusted with 2 of the Oiran's cushions. Plump, silken, stuffed cushions for her to sit on while she entertains. One of the other girls, you think to be a senior apprentice, is carrying her instrument, a 3-stringed shamisen, basically guitar or lute. Another girl, who looks to be the blood sister of the senior apprentice, is carrying a case with the instrument tools in it. And a 5th carries a box of what looks to be candles and incense. The tools of her trade. Surrounding you are about 24 attendants and a similar number of guards. No samurai among them. Guards of the courtesan district. The procession will proceed at the Oiran's pace. A very strange kind of floating walk. Necessary for her sandals. After 5 minutes, she will reach the end of the street and stop, turn, and make an offering to the North Shrine, spending a minute there. She'll then spend... Sorry, go ahead.
Quick question. How far behind her, or where do I need to be around her?
You will be in her immediate presence.
So, like over here.
Yes.
Okay.
There will always be a gap in front of her, so she has room to dictate the pace of the procession. But you and the other girls will be kind of like to the side and around behind her. She'll then start back up. A couple more minutes will take her to the first bridge, which she will pass. And by about 11:30, be approaching the bridge to the Northern Shrine. Which she will then pass and reach this point, coming in sight of the 3 in hiding. Her procession, all carrying lanterns and dressed in bright browns, oranges, and yellows.
Alright, at this point, while they're hiding, Kishin is going to use Minor Illusion on the opposite that side of the guards, on that big tower there.
Mm-hmm.
In the direction of the procession, is gonna make it sound like some girls laughing close to them.
Okay.
Make it sound like it's from the procession.
Okay, what is your spell save DC?
Let me check. 16.
Okay, so a 7 and a 5. They were already... The 2 samurai on the tower, you'll see already kind of turn and start paying attention to this bright entourage. and with the sound of laughter, almost lean over and start gawking. The two are thoroughly distracted.
Now.
Yeah, let's go.
Jump into the water. Would you all please make me athletics checks?
Oh boy, my
Sure.
favorite.
It's your turn to suffer.
Show. Again!
Oh,
What's that? Two
Sora.
natural ones.
Oh my god.
That is 2 natural ones.
I just slip in the water.
Oh my god.
Just short of a
no.
natural one.
Okay. Oh my god, really?
Okay, so that's how it's gonna be.
This is
Oh,
such a good
actually,
prologue. Nice to
I'm
meet you
sorry. I'm
guys.
gonna have to do magical. I'm gonna have to use magical guidance again. I'm not suffering through that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you're suffering through that.
Does magical guidance allow you to take the highest, or you have to take the new roll?
Must use the new roll.
Okay,
Oh, this is lovely.
Kyoku, you'll be able to get into the water using the current to aid you, and eventually be able to beach yourself around, probably around this point here. As the two as from behind you, you just hear a as both of your companions kind of slam into bridge supports and struts. Kishin and Sora will both take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you are unable to control your momentum.
Ouch.
Oh,
You may
that could have
stop.
gone better.
Sorry, God.
No, that was it.
You may stop here and pull yourselves ashore if you wish, or you may attempt to once again swim and try and pull yourself ashore a little bit away from the bridge. Up to you.
Nope, we need to get up now. This is clearly not working. Query skill checks are not our forte.
Oh my god, you guys.
I would agree. This seems like the only opening. Unless
Okay.
we wanted to climb.
Is there anyone around though?
So as you pull yourselves up, nobody seems to have been around to notice. The two samurai in the tower are still distracted. The houses around you are notably nicer than those of the city, each with its own walled compound. And based on kind of shrines and iconography, these are the homes of ranking samurai serving the Kagetoro. All of which will be on duty right now.
Ah, this is perfect.
Yeah.
If they have families, they may be at home. But they're kind of expecting some noise, which works to your favour. As you're kind of brushing yourselves off and rubbing your swollen wounds, the procession reaches the main gate, at which point 5 fully armoured and regaliaed Hatamoto samurai step up, permit Masoiran and her girls to pass, but at this point the guards will be separated from the procession.
Okay.
They will slowly, over the next 20 minutes or so, disperse and head back into the city.
Okay.
The time is now 10 to 12, as the procession is visible from the castle and will take the remaining 10 minutes to make its way to the main gate. This is your window if you wish to use such a distraction. Except for Mizuki, who's kind of locked in with the procession.
Oh yeah, I need to make my token.
Okay, are we going to move now or are we waiting for Mizuki?
We're moving now using the distraction, I'd say. Because if the procession passes us, then we're not gonna have any window to basically attempt anything once they pass.
Then let me do this for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the castle.
Yay!
Oh, Yay.
Wow, that's a lot of dark with some light splotches.
It is dark.
That will resolve itself once the map loads.
I do have Devil's Sight.
I believe the best answer to this situation is hoof.
You are not on the map currently, however.
I do have 60 foot of dark vision, though.
You do, and that should be available to you already.
Doesn't seem like there's just a light circle around me and everyone else.
I see just darkness because I'm not in the Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I'm only seeing the circle around us, then some bit of areas of light just kind of across the left and top of the map.
Let's fix that because your token is not working.
Ah, there we go.
Mine. Either then, I guess. I don't know.
You're not on the map yet, Barker.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah,
No
you
worries.
are still with the procession.
They are off the map this direction.
Okay. We are over there in the corner. There we go.
Top
Yep,
left corner.
I believe I've centered you.
Yeah. I can see. Okay then.
The
Let's
moment you're
move.
inside of the castle,
Mm-hmm.
you will be aware of the following. The main gate, where the procession is headed,
Mm-hmm.
is currently flanked by 2 guard houses, which, based on movements through shuttered windows, you can see are occupied. On each corner of the castle are guard towers, again visibly occupied. Between the towers and the guard gatehouses are those hollow walls with walkways between buildings and rooms. Those at the front of the castle do appear occupied and will occasionally give you vision on someone passing through the other side, though the windows are built in such a way that the occupant inside can see outward, but it's very hard to see inward.
So we can't spy inside. Got it. I'd say. I mean, look, we were all bad all night. Might as well try to sneak past the guards on the front at this point. We are not getting past the towers.
What's up, Nightmare?
What can we see right now?
So
it's
how
just
much
all
dark?
it's just all dark for me.
Okay, you don't have dark vision, do you?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
You will
Okay.
be able to see kind of torches from the towers ahead of you. I'll do this so you can actually
Okay.
at least
That's
see
good.
where they are. There we go. You'll be able to see torches from the upper floors of the guard towers. And you'll be able to see the occasional light flicker from walkways. Like the shuttered windows of the walkways. But without dark vision, you don't see much.
I mean, considering we are, I mean, I'm guessing we are guiding Sora through. Me and Kishin are guiding Sora at this point. Like, we don't want him to get the wrong idea, so we're guiding him through. I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely should not try one of the guard towers around here. It's too occupied here. From the looks of it, we're gonna have to go through the front while we have the chance.
I'd say we risk it. We don't have much time, and there are no other options. And if we do try any other options, it's more risky than this. Last resort, we bullshit our way in. This is
Okay,
a lot
so-
of character, so of course.
Where are you
You
going?
can certainly try. Just kidding.
If you said that the guards seeming occupied at the front, we are going to try that way.
Yeah,
Well,
I
they are
said
Yeah, go ahead.
We see some. You said we see some guy pass by. So
So there are guards moving within the walls, and there are guards in these front buildings.
okay.
The procession is approaching, and that will be a distraction, but how much of one remains to be seen.
I mean, is there any way we can walk trying to be undetected before the procession, or do we have just to wait for the procession? Because
you're
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
If you're approaching the front door, you would not think it's very likely you could approach the front door unseen.
So we'd better wait for the procession to arrive.
If that is your goal.
Yeah, I'd say that's the best option we get. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it sounds like the most covert option.
Nightmare?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
What
I
do you
guess we'll go.
do you have another idea, Nightmare?
Considering I can't really see what's going on, no.
Okay. Then after about 5 minutes from then, the lights of the procession start to illuminate the front gate. And the 6 women come into view. Mizuki, your passage is blocked by a set of heavy wooden doors reinforced by bands of iron nailed in. That being said, as you approach, the doors are ground open, revealing an internal set, which are also pulled open, as 2 ornately armored men in Kagetora livery open the doors for you and gesture for you to pass. They will follow you into the courtyard a little way, but not leave their posts.
Would this be the point where we get a chance to get in?
Yeah,
To
how
try and sneak
occupied do all the guards look now?
Please make me a perception or insight.
Definitely perception. Let's go. Perception.
I think it'll be about the same for
Oh
me.
my god,
so-
really? A 2? Really? Thank god.
Kishin, you're pretty sure that you can see the 2 samurai in this tower here are kind of congregating towards the south and west, kind of looking at the procession. You do not see any movement within this or this set of walls, as though everyone who had been there is now elsewhere.
Are there windows right there?
There are. They are shuttered and reinforced, but the wall itself is about 10 foot tall.
Best chance.
Yep, this is our chance.
If you want a chance, it is now.
Let's go.
Which side? The south or the upper one?
Hmm. We do have the map. So probably the southern one?
Sure.
Or do you think the other one is better? Because I think from the southern we would have more of a chance, but depends on the towers, because there are towers everywhere, so it doesn't matter.
Guard line of sight is like this, currently.
Okay, probably should try over there then.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay. Please will all of you make me one more stealth check, and tell me how you are planning to get in or over the walls.
Climbing? This is my best option for me, but I don't know about you two.
I was thinking just helping each
Mhm.
other. You know, like, okay, I'll lift you up. You get up there. Help me
Actually,
get
that's
up.
a good question. Coco, would I be able to offer, considering that's my thing, would I be able to offer an help action to them for this?
I mean, you have a potential grappling hook or effective tool, and you are more than strong enough to lift them. If you
Then
can
yeah.
get up, you can lift them.
Do we have to we have to roll the stealth check first, right?
Yes, please. And then you will need to roll an athletics.
Sorry.
Okay, that's
love
at
God.
least better.
That's better than a natural one,
Oh.
yes.
I don't know what the fuck's going on with this.
Nice.
My There we
God,
go.
what the hell?
Okay, so that is a 43 between you. You do not alert the guards getting to the wall. For
Phew.
Sora's sake, I'm going to put you to here, so you can at least see the wall. Kind of like hidden in the shadow of the palisade top.
Okay, I will trust, I guess, what Kishin told me about the guards moving away, since that's what he saw, but I need to ask, would I, without the use of the grappling hook, since it's just 10 feet tall, be able to help them up? Just that.
You could.
Then yes, I will try that, because I don't want to risk alerting anyone with the hand spear.
Okay, then please make me one athletics roll.
Yes, sir. Please, for the love of everything.
It's enough. Who's going up first?
I mean, I'm sending over. I'd say we send over Sora because he can't see. I think he needs that first.
Yeah, there's probably
What do you
more
think?
light on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Also, he's probably the best of us at sneaking if needed. So
I wouldn't
I'd say
that.
Has not really worked out, but hey,
do
let's
not
still give it
no
another try.
nightmare. First rule as you
Two
move
nat
forward.
ones on my stuff.
Yes, first rule as you move forward in D&D, ignore the fucking nat once. Just go, do it.
And then a 2. Okay. All right. I'll go in first then.
Okay.
Okay. As you're boosted over the wall, I'm on the wrong token, you're able to drop down on the far side, mostly shrouded in shadow, but illuminated by hanging lanterns, visible through through kind of open windows. They're not open, they're still barred, but the shutters are open, revealing internal staircases leading between the ground and upper floor. These lamps cast enough light for you to be able to see this kind of area of courtyard and kind of spy into a small, secluded area of the house. Assume at this point Kishin and you will
Yes,
be following.
I'm not
Yep.
wasting time sending Kishin over, just saying. So
But-
yeah, immediately.
1, 2, ah! At this point, Masoira and her people have entered the grounds proper and have passed through the front door to a kind of greeting foyer to the north and south of which are kind of like trophy and display rooms, each with a paper and wooden screen, kind of like a tapestry depicting battles, particularly Kagetora battles, and statues depicting previous lords stood at arms, flanking you.
Like
Ahead of
Japanese shoji, the paper walls. Just on the
Yes.
paper there are the pictures of the battles.
yes,
Let's go.
ahead of you is a long, beautifully maintained, tatami-floored main hallway, illuminated by hanging lanterns attached to support pillars running up about 8 foot to the ceiling. Currently on guard is a single samurai who'll greet you with a bow and gesture for you to continue, which will happen slowly, which is really good for DM. The three of you over the wall will kind of be aware that the geisha party is here. And she is heading here.
Yeah. First thing I do is give a quick check to the map to make sure we figure out where we are exactly.
Do you need me to bring that up, or have you found it?
No, I found it. Just saying that for in-game purposes. We figure out where we are.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, then. Do we see anyone in our way as we basically check around?
If you were to look through the windows kind of here, what you'll see are basically guest rooms. And you'll know this to be the bath and guest room area. There are toilets here, bath here. Here, you'll be able to see into the main hallway, and you will see another samurai on guard, and straight into the audience chamber, which is well lit by about half a dozen lanterns and torches. At this point, all of you, because wood does not particularly block sound, will be able to hear kind of laughter and quiet chatter coming from this area. Mostly male, but with a few female voices tied in.
Okay. I'd say we move forward at this point. Well, we're not trying to make any noises, of course, but we gotta move forward, I'd say. The procession is still passing, correct?
It is, and at this point, I'm just going to move you here so you can see what I'm saying. This samurai on duty will kind of move towards the procession and out of your line of sight.
I gesture immediately to the others to move.
Right.
Just to be clear, the procession is in front of the samurai, correct?
It is distracting them right now, yes, if that's
Over
your question.
here, I think now.
Not yet, you're still in the
Okay.
foyer.
Okay.
Okay, question would be, we would probably be in the procession line of sight if we pass by.
If you would enter like here, you would enter the procession's line of sight.
Okay, that's obvious. So we're gonna have to let the procession pass, I think. Unless you guys have any other ideas.
No, yeah, as we didn't get in with them, it wouldn't be a good idea for them to see us. Most of them would be probably pretty spooked to see us.
You say
It
so,
could
right?
potentially blow Mizuki's cover.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's gonna pretend she doesn't know you, so you're not gonna blow her cover. She is the servant girl helping the Oiran now.
Yeah, I think he just means we don't want you to risk your position since it's the more secure one among us.
I mean, I won't risk my position.
Mm-hmm. Just saying.
Mhm.
Okay, so...
Sora, do you have any input for that?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
I'm just gonna say I can't see anything.
If I move you here, you should be able to.
You
Okay.
can't see? I thought there were torches around. Sorry.
There are inside, not outside.
Okay.
Alright. So is it your intent to let the procession in, settle down, and then make your way in once the commotion has settled?
I mean,
Oof.
they are currently occupied with the procession, right? The samurai?
Yes.
Would we be able to check the inside from that window, this one?
You can, and you will find a kitchen.
Is anyone in
Currently,
there?
currently unoccupied, although still dimly lit. Oh no, it's pitch dark. You just have dark vision.
Yeah, I have dark vision. It's okay.
And the window does not appear to have been properly latched. You're pretty sure you could probably jiggle it open.
Oh,
I
This
signal
might
at
be
the
our-
others immediately.
Yep, this might be our way.
Okay, do I need to roll like athletics or anything to buckle it open?
Please roll me a sleight of hand.
Ooh. I would let Sora do that rather than me, but sure. Sleight of hand. I love sleight of hand. I love you, sleight of hand. Please, for the love of everything. Wow.
And it
Why
loves
am
you
I
back.
better at, why am I better at dexterity things? What is wrong with Okay. 20.
Okay, you'll be able to kind of reach in, hook a finger round, and pull the latch that was meant to be secured, but was left half open, off, and almost fall in through the window, as you should now be able to pass that barrier.
Okay. Leaving space for the others. There we go.
Inside is a well-appointed lord's kitchen, enough room for about 3 or 4 cooks or servants, an unlit lamp hanging in the on the southwestern wall and on the northeastern, and a set of doors leading into the main building, and another set on the east leading into a pantry, which does not, connect to the main building.
Okay, we're in the kitchen. We could make our way there somehow, but... Okay, does the door on the left, I think there's a door?
Yep.
That's the door, the same door leads inside the main hall where the samurai was?
Correct.
And we will still be seen by the procession if we go by now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's nobody here now. I'd say we wait for the procession to pass. This is basically just a better hiding spot than where we were before, I'd say. Because the samurai would be looking at the door, not behind them. Unless there's some reason to look behind them. So, what do you guys say?
Oh, I agree. If the procession passes, it will be a good opportunity for us to slip behind them.
I'm
Let's
gonna
wait.
very quietly say, "Where are you?"
Kitchen, come on! I go to Sora and I guide him through, just grabbing him by the shoulder and just leading him in.
Okay. And as long as you're guiding him, I will just do this for the sake of ease.
Okay, great.
As this is happening, Mizuki, you and the other attendants will arrive at the start of the entrance to Kagetora's audience hall. She will take the lead, kind of move into the side chamber, and gesture for each of you to bring forth your goods. Yeah.
I'm gonna follow
Do you
with
do
the
so?
girls. Yes.
Okay. Once the cushions are down on the floor, she'll kind of gesture you backwards, but you will get a look inside the room before that happens. Do you want me to move you, or do you want to move yourself?
Yeah. Like, the girls are where? Like, where should I position myself?
Here. Okay. You get a brief look before having to retreat, but you'll see there is another entertainer already here. Although as Masa arrives, she will kind of start to pack her stuff up, and she'll be leaving with the attendants. Masa will set herself up here. At a table, kind of set away from the main room, are 4 notable men. 2 of them a little bit older. One of them with the kind of bald cap and ornate priestly robes of a high priest. Next to him, another kind of much younger priestly looking man in, again, very ornate robes. Next to him sat, slightly drunk, you think, but not too much, is a much older samurai man. Again in very fine brown and green robes. This is Kagetora himself. And next to him, his son. But that is all you'll get before being pushed kind of out the room.
Mhm.
The attendants leave their stuff. The two samurai in the hallway kind of approach, kind of gesture for you to follow them, and they will take you to a side room.
Okay.
And then kind of stand watch over you.
Once the procession has moved away, we should be ready to move on out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the procession will leave, and then you'll hear the sound of shamisen guitar start plucking from the southern room, and eventually the sound of a feminine singing voice, very fine and fluting, and almost haunting.
That's. Okay. Okay.
There is the sound of movement as the men will reposition themselves to better take advantage of the entertainment. But how do you wish to move?
Okay, where is he looking?
Where is who looking?
The samurai, the one that we were saying about before.
Ah, you can't see them, so I can't tell you.
Where's the door into this kitchen?
The door. The
Here.
door is here. The door is here.
Like to take a peek out of it.
It is not locked.
I will. Little note: I will keep leading Sora to make sure it stays with us.
Once the door cracks open, you will get enough light to see by. But as you peek out, the hallway, the entrance hall, is unoccupied. You will hear the sound of two samurai
Okay.
dealing with the girls, dealing with the attendants, and the other entertainer over here.
This might be our chance. Should we go for a higher floor?
I believe so.
All right. If yes, in that case, I think we're gonna try come on out and move up this way.
So, like, up to the upper floor.
Yes.
What's your intent, out of interest?
Well, probably try to find Kage Tora, is that his name?
The man himself is here.
Oh,
He has received the procession. Sorry, there was a bit of confusion there, obviously.
Okay, then I'd say which. The best we can do right now is try and sneak in, but how do we do that?
I would think about causing a distraction, but with them so close, it might cause more of a disturbance this time.
I might try and distraction myself if you guys want to go ahead. I just
Well,
need to make we just need to make the guards move away.
Yeah, again, I can do that like we did with the guards before, but with it being such an enclosed space, it might cause more trouble than it's worth.
Alright.
Depending on what we do.
How are the girls in the side room behaving? Like, are they just standing there, or are they moving around?
They will have been sat down and provided water or sake by the samurai,
Okay.
who
Have
will...
been set,
Go ahead.
that have been set over here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
She will kind of take whatever place is left over. She is not one of Master's people.
Okay. These are the windows, right?
They are.
Are the two guys distracted by, or they're just watching us, or are they listening to the music?
They're a little bit distracted. They have not been drinking at all. They are on duty. but they are not. They are not elites. They are distracted by 6 attractive women, all in entertainment garb.
Hmm. I'm thinking how to get out of the room.
While you think, what are the other 3 doing?
I was going to ask, based on the map, do we see into this other room besides the kitchen?
You could have poked your head in. It is a pantry.
A pantry. Does it? I believe there's a way to get outside from here.
It will lead outside, yes. However, it will lead straight out into
Mhm.
a courtyard
yeah.
overlooked by a dojo and guard towers.
Yeah. I was trying to think about it. So just to get this straight, there are 2 samurai here.
They're not there anymore. They were there. They are now in here with the attendants and Mizuki.
Okay, then besides what we see, do we hear anything from this main hall?
Make me a perception check, please.
Oh yes, please let me do that. Oh, stop using the arrow. Use the. Come on. Okay. Perception. Come on. Do good.
What?
4.
At this point, you hear the 2 samurai in the room with the attendants kind of settling down, still stood, but off their guard. A 3rd man, who had been on duty in the audience chamber, you'll hear walking into the lounge room and then formally taking his leave. You'll hear the sound of a door opening and a man walking out into the courtyard outside. Another door and the sound of welcome as he joins others in the dojo area. To the best of your knowledge, there are no more guards, only the Lord and his companions.
I'd say we take our chances.
What about with Mizuki?
I mean, Mizuki probably has figured it out on her own. It's not like we can just sit here. We need to move.
Can I,
Hmm.
I would probably know how to make my face pale even more than it usually is and make myself sweat if I'm a trained ninja to get out of situations or something, like make myself look very, like suddenly, like slowly becoming very sickly, like I'm too nervous or something. Or the clothes are so, because the clothes are so uncomfortable and I'm not used to them.
You are welcome to make me a deception check.
Okay.
Do it!
Or a performance check, actually.
Performance.
Is that better than deception? You've got a
No.
5 rolled.
No, it's not. I can do both.
First roll. Keeping the first roll.
Okay.
As you kind of start doing that, one of the girls will kind of pat you, kind of knock you on the arm, kind of don't fuck around. Just sit there and wait.
Don't like closed spaces.
None of us do. But it's our job. You understand? Job. She'll pat you on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. As Mizuki is still currently trapped among them.
Like you
Yeah, no.
said that the 2 samurai are in the room. Like they're kind of a little distracted, but they're keeping an eye on the entertainers, right?
Yeah.
Mizuki will be under the impression that they are there to keep an eye on the unknown factors, aka the attendants.
And
Would
I'd
I
say
be
we
allowed
try
to move and to sit next to the window, though?
They would want to keep you at the table.
Ah. Okay.
And they're looking in this direction, right?
No, they are looking in this direction.
Oh.
Let's try. I'd say we try. We can see them.
I'm just trying to get layout because trying to see
Okay.
how they're positioned in there.
Currently, to the best of your knowledge. Nightmare, were you saying something?
No.
This area is the entrance hall, which currently appears to be unoccupied.
Okay.
From here,
Yeah, but
this net here is the main audience chamber, which is not where Kagatora is, but it is also unoccupied. That connects to this lounge area, which is occupied by the Lord and his guests, including Masoiran. Off of the
Again.
main hall, there is this room, which is a side room, a kind of guest lounge, where the attendants are being watched by 2 of his samurai.
do not let the opportunity slip away from us. I'd say we take a
Yep.
step outside.
Yep. Let's go ahead and get in there.
Of course,
Regardless.
leading Sora still should be able to see now.
It is brightly lit. He should be
Oh.
able to see, I hope.
All right. Gonna peek around the corner here.
Go ahead. Oh, by this point, the main gates would be closed.
Which gates, if you could ping them?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
So the gate, it's right here.
There are 2 there. This here is the entrance. That's not the right tool. This is the entrance foyer. There are 2 sets of ornate wooden double doors leading into the castle proper.
Okay. And
And they are
this is
closed.
and this is said where the hall where the Lord is.
Yes, and you can now hear him fairly clearly.
Mm-hmm.
As they are. You can hear 4 men talking and laughing, exchanging jokes, and one beginning what seems like an old war story.
Okay. Okay. I have a plan to help Misaki get out there.
Okay.
Just
What
just
is it?
stay hid. Just stay hidden. I'm gonna cause a distraction towards the gate to let her slip out.
Okay. You do your thing.
Okay. Yep. He's gonna take position behind this pillar, and again, gonna do minor illusion towards the foyer of to mimic the sounds of some of the some like entertainer girls like whispering. Make it sound like there's some more of them that way.
Okay. Please roll me a D100. I just.
Oh,
Hmm.
oh god, the percentile dice, damn it. Ooh. Okay. 51.
Okay. As this whispering starts, you'll hear the attendants all go silent as the samurai shush them. You'll hear them kind of mutter to each other. What the fuck? Then turn to the girls. Like, is there more of you? The senior among them, the senior apprentice, will look back. No, sir. Just us. We left everybody else at the main gate, the castle gate. He'll nod, kind of gesture to his companion. We are checking this out. Oi. Both will emerge, push their way through the foyer gate, and start calling. Not loudly, but above conversation.
Okay.
All right, I just hoping Misaki takes that as a sign.
I will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at the attendant to my left and just say, I can't stay here any longer. I apologize, and I make my way. Like I. This is like a small corridor from the map, like. or
No,
it
there is
just-
no corridor there.
Okay. Then I'm going to. use my bonus action to dash and Shunshin out of there. Shukuchi.
Okay, as you do that, the 5 women in the room will kind of start to mutter panickedly, in a panicked fashion, and they will start kind of secreting themselves within these little booths at the back, not wanting anything to do with what is going
Yeah.
on.
I'm here and I'm going to immediately... No, I use my action to dash here. That's Shukuchi. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to hide behind the pillar here. Like,
Go
not
ahead.
be noticed.
Please make me an attempt a stealth to hide.
Right.
What is that?
It's a gif.
GIF. Stealth happens a lot.
Yeah. But it's always funny. And I see the others and I like
Yeah, kind of just gestures over to her from behind his
Yeah.
pillar.
it's 30 feet of dash movement and I don't think I have any. No, I still have for sure 25 feet of movement, I think. Or if I'm hiding over here.
Okay, Kishin, you will see Mizuki emerge and kind of dart behind the pillar. If you want to act, one way or another, things are happening now.
Mm-hmm.
You will have not very long at all before those 2 samurai come back very confused.
Okay.
Party, what do you do?
No wait, I appeared over here.
You did.
So I sneaked, I hid over here. Let's just say that because I can maybe get here then.
Sure. But once again, Party, what do you do?
Well, as soon as I see Mitsuki arrive out of nowhere, I just say to everyone, and in a whispering tone, but enough for them to hear, is, well, we're inside and the load is right there. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to wait this out?
There
do we-
are 2 priests inside and the Lord's son as well. So there are 4 potentially powerful men inside, along with the Oiran. I
Did
whisper
you
back.
Did you figure out any information about the Lord, about this place? Anything maybe we can sneak on him later? I don't know.
Can I see the map of the castle real quick, like the whole castle?
I show her the map immediately. I had it in my hand.
Okay. The handout. Still loading. You've come from the kitchens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
As you are saying this, there'll be a kind of change to the tone of conversation within the room as people are hushed down.
Start listening in.
You get the very strong impression that they are listening out, having heard something.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Is this room empty?
You hear a man stand to his feet
Quickly.
and begin treading towards the audience hall.
As they do that, I gesture to everyone to be ready and to stay silent with my hand.
A tall man, maybe his late 40s to mid 50s, will emerge, followed by a much younger man in his teens, both wearing very ornate kimono and both carrying twin swords. As Kagetora, the elder, kind of turns and looks out, and I'm afraid at that angle none of you are hidden.
Nope.
Kishin's
Maybe
hidden.
maybe I am a little bit because I'm at the very back of the two guys and I'm small.
Obscured? Sure. Hidden?
Nope.
I mean, I did bonus action hide for 12.
You cannot hide if there is nowhere to hide.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And currently there is nowhere to hide. Kishin, you are unseen. The other three of you, please roll initiative.
Yes. Time to die.
And who
Crap.
and who are you to disturb this place?
Comedians?
Ba-ba.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Okay,
funny
cool.
fuckers. Roll again, because advantage on initiative.
Wow, Sora, that's a 0.2 higher.
He has to roll again, because advantage on initiative. He's taking the 10.
Why am I not in the initiative? I clicked my token.
Oh, you're at the top. Oh! This is me. This is when I was testing stuff.
I mean, I clicked my token, but it didn't add me to initiative. Don't know why.
No, you're already on the... there are two Soras. What's your number? You are 15.
15.
Can you see your initiative score there?
I
I
cannot
can't
see
see
mine.
it on the turn order. Maybe I need to update the page? I don't know.
No, it's been weird. I'm just going to add each of you manual. I deleted everything.
Oh no.
Okay. Add turn. Please update your initiatives to the correct
Got it.
number.
Oh, I didn't roll initiative because you said I don't need to do that.
Oh, you still have initiative. You just unseen.
Oh, okay. I thought you said everyone else roll initiative.
No.
Ooh. Wow. Some of us got really high.
You guys are all dexterity-based people, and yet I rolled amazing on dexterity, but shitty at strength. I don't understand why.
I am not invested in dexterity. I only have a +2.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, most of us.
As the two men draw their swords, they are not visibly armored, but that doesn't necessarily mean much with a samurai. Sora, the father and son are ready for combat. There are no other enemies currently in sight. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna cast Entangled.
Yeah.
Right on this tile right here.
Okay, please link the spell. Okay. I'm just going to get you a spell token. One moment.
Ooh, nice.
Hell yeah.
Please place the token where you would like it.
Oh yeah, right there looks good.
Okay.
Oh wow, it already says the DC down there.
As you cast your spell, the mats start to return to life, grasping vines, reaching up, attempting to ensnare the two men. This is a strength saving throw. Okay.
Yeah.
The Lord is going to attempt that. He's going to fail, and he is then restrained. Is it restrained or
Nice.
is it grappled? Restrained.
It's a restraint.
The younger is going to attempt the same. He is going to be able to shrug it off very easily. A little bit more spry.
Okay.
The ground
you-
should still be difficult terrain.
Oh, it is.
So they don't wait for their turn to do that? They just do it automatically?
Creature in the area when you cast the spell makes the save.
Okay. So
He'll
I'm
just have to use his
gonna-
action later to try to save again.
Try
Um,
breakthrough. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and move.
Okay. As you're concentrating on your spell, you'll move out of sight. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Mizuki, your turn.
I will make my finger movements, finger seals, and whisper to myself, right on, and choose the point over here.
Okay.
I'm
That is a-
gonna
Nope.
dexterity saving throw. 14, I think.
You have a token action that should roll it for you.
Okay. Mhm.
Please reduce the number of gifts.
Sorry.
It really lags the server.
Sorry.
Like, okay, here's the thing. If you want gifts, please have one.
Okay.
That goes to everybody.
I can.
Just
I didn't
because-
even-
I can.
I never
remove
even knew
spell
that was
one.
possible before now.
Completely possible. It really gums up roll 20.
I used to be the same as you, Baka. I used gifts, then I stopped because no matter what you do, it tags roll 20 into nothingness. Be aware.
Okay. The Lord is restrained, but can see the origin, so we'll be making this at neutral roll. Will fail and take 21. The Sun is not restrained, again has third eye, will make the save at advantage. Will pass and take half for 11. I round up, by the way, guys.
Nice.
Well, that also applies to damage you take. Okay, Mizuki, that is your action.
Mhm.
Anything else on your turn?
I will also make my way into the kitchen and hide.
Okay. Bolt of lightning slams between the two men. The older, a little bit less spry and currently grappled. Unable to get out of the way. Kishin, you hear a whip crack of lightning go off in the room beside you. All attempts at stealth have just gone out the window.
Yep, time to act is now. So, Keishan's move himself over here to try to see about getting the Lord in sight. Is that the Lord there, or is that the Sun?
The Lord at the front.
Okay. Okay, in that case, Keishan make a bit of a hand sign with one hand, and with it, he's gonna form a little sparking ring of light around it, and he's gonna throw a boomerang at the Lord.
Okay. That is a hit. Roll again, please, because you might be able to crit. You have advantage on a restrained target.
Oh yeah. No.
Still a hit.
Ooh.
15. He will yell.
All right, and with that,
Oh,
Keishan
no.
moves himself back over this way.
Okay. Kyoku, it's your turn.
I see everyone doing their thing. Not much anything else to say. Using my free action to draw my Odachi with a and close my eyes for like half a second, muttering the kata sash. And then, like, as I basically take a stance, I just move forward, reaching for the Lord. I should have enough to count for the 10 feet of terrain.
Yep.
Difficult terrain, because I have 40. And with a overhead strike, I'm gonna try and tap and cut from side to side through his chest.
As you step into his range, however, he is going to use a reaction to counter-strike you.
Yes.
This will be at disadvantage, however. Are you reckless or are you not?
I'm not reckless right now. No.
Oh,
Okay.
are you a barbarian?
Yes.
Apologies
Oh.
for the spoiler. I had to
What
ask.
I did with that little speech, I did enter my rage. So
Okay, cool. Then he will kind of step out and try and make an attack. 13 to miss as he's caught by the grappling vines and is unable to connect with you.
and I will return the favor, as I said.
Go ahead. Please roll again because he is restrained. You have advantage.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
24 will hit him and will hit his son.
Woohoo!
You cleave down and through the first and into the second.
Would I be able to use because he's 5 feet from him? Would I be able to use lumbering creep with this?
Yep, lumbering cleave is just a better version of what the weapon naturally gives.
Okay. Then,
If you're interested in a weapon, by the way, guys, it's the Odachi and the lumbering property are described in new weapons. Basically means that he cannot multi-attack, but he can hit a second target with a single swing.
Nice.
Do I need to roll damage?
Yes, please. It is a fixed amount of damage, but it will be 15 to both.
Nice.
Just another large swing, I'd say. Just boom, from one side to the other.
Okay.
And I believe that is my turn.
Okay. As the Lord kind of takes your blow, deflects the worst of it, he's a bit tougher. The son takes a strike across the chest, opening his kimono, cutting down through his to his rib cage. Not a fatal wound, but a very, very nasty one. Okay. It is then his turn. So he will scream and step out and to flank you with his father. As he does, he will draw a second weapon, being a 2-weapon fighter. He will then make 2 attacks with his katana against you with advantage from flanking. Ooh.
Both hit?
Both hit. So that is going to be 8 and 16. Halved to 4 and 8 for 12.
Got it.
You're not wearing armor, are you?
Nope.
So you can't have armor break. Injury, then. Where is that table? Okay. Okay. You do not suffer a lasting injury, as he catches you kind of across the shoulder blades and deep into your back, but not hitting any nerves or kind of tendon connections. He'll scream. Yeah, good.
One thing you will probably notice, the only reaction, even though it's a pretty serious damage, the only reaction from my character is literally... he doesn't even turn.
Okay. With his turn done, the Lord will have his turn. So he'll look at you, kind of not bother trying to break free, but grasp his sword in both hands and flanked with his son. Make 3 katana attacks against you. 1, 2, 3.
First 2 don't hit, last one does.
Before the last one goes off, I need to work out something.
Oh, okay.
I've already got up.
Are they still restrained?
Well,
he is restrained.
Lord is.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay. As he goes to strike you with his first swing, goes wide. Second comes up, catches badly. As you're able to block it, shearing the blade off near the hilt. As he's forced to pull a wakizashi instead of a katana.
Okay.
I'm going to assume the 28 is still the wakizashi. It's the same to hit. So he'll deal 9 half to 5 slashing damage to you.
Okay.
As his decorative katana is broken and ruined. As this happens, a third combatant, young, gangly, and more priestly than anything else, emerges from the side room, sees you, screams, and charges. With a kind of ornate, gilt katana.
Okay.
He will make a single attack. That was to GM. 15 will go wide. As the two other men kind of like, no! Try and shove him back into the other room. Sora, it is your turn. The fight is taken.
Okay, I'm gonna move out the kitchen. Oh, from this angle, I would not be able to. This is the Lord right here, right?
To shoot through more than 2 creatures, well, through more than 1 creature would give him +2 to his AC. Cover.
Okay.
But you have sharpshooter, so you ignore that.
So it would just be a normal roll?
Yep, with advantage because he is restrained.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just shoot him with a bow.
Go ahead. Take your shots.
Ooh.
Both hit.
Nice.
And then
12 twice.
Oh, that is nice.
It's fixed damage. Or martial weapons for the base damage.
Oh, right, forgot
Double,
that.
double.
Okay, both arrows hit straight into his chest. So he books backward, unable to be thrown back because of his restraints. But pukes a little amount of blood over you, Kyoku. So he is badly wounded.
No reaction. Literally dead eyes looking straight at it.
so that was an extra attack.
That
The
was
second
2.
one.
Yep.
So I have advantage on the roll. Would I be able to try again and see if it's like a crit?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Nope. Okay.
And you'll have another roll as well.
Yeah, it's for both attacks.
Okay.
Nope. Worth a shot.
Worth a shot. Always worth a shot. It's another 12 damage.
Yeah.
Alright. He is badly wounded. Kind of paying attention more to the warrior in front of his face than you, but very aware of you now.
Yeah. Gonna run back here.
Okay.
That'll do it.
Mizuki, your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna come out as well. See the. I can hit him, right?
If you wish to, you certainly can.
Would 2-weapon fighting work with throwing a Fuma Shuriken and a Kunai?
The Fuma Shuriken is a unique action. You would not be able to do 2-weapon fighting.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a Fuma Shuriken then. This one.
Go ahead.
An advantage, right?
Uh,
Is restrained?
he is not restrained. The Lord is restrained.
Ah, okay. I was
You'd have to attempt to hide if you wanted to throw advantage.
then I'm not gonna throw it at him, but I'm gonna make. Where would I need to be positioned? Like to be? I moved 5 feet.
If you want to hit the Lord, you'd have to get a bit closer to not give him cover.
Like over here.
That would work.
Okay. And I'm gonna shoot my shuriken.
Okay, this will be your second mudra.
Mhm.
Go ahead. 17 will fly towards him as he will use his reaction this turn. To dodge out of the way.
Okay then.
I'm going to start hiding your gifts
Sorry.
because I'm already lagging.
Okay, I'm gonna delete the gifts then for the stuff.
Just out of the spammable stuff. All right.
Okay.
Shuriken will go wide, as his instinct will allow him to dodge, even restrained as he is. Anything else on your turn?
I would probably go back to hiding. Just let me delete the gift.
Okay. Kishin. The fight seems to be going fairly well. Much better than I'd feared it would.
That was let me
All
check.
right.
5.
I'm gonna try and tank as best as I can. Please kill them.
All right. Let's see. I believe I have this one. Yep. Then Kishin's going to raise his right hand up in the direction of the Lord. It's going to actually. No, I think this might actually be the perfect time for this. Kishin is going to kind of like spread his arms out to his sides, and he's going to activate his Dark Halo with a bonus action.
Okay. Edgelord activated.
Yep, this giant, this large black circle halo appears directly fixed behind his back, and the whites, and the whites of his eyes now become pitch black.
Ooh.
But still has the golden yellow of his normal Asmar eyes.
Okay.
All right, with that done, now Kishin will. Let's see. I think I can't get close enough for it, so instead he will cast a. He'll do another first level boomerang at the Lord.
Go ahead, once again with advantage. "23 hits.
Boomerang or boomerang?
It's boomerang.
Okay.
Boom boom ring.
Any ones in there? You can reroll
There
one.
is one. Yep, special thing at Dark Halo. Let's see.
Please link it. Still a
Oh
one.
my god. Yeah, let me link. Link what? The Dark Halo?
Yes, please, for everybody to see. Okay. Your boomerang flies out, kind of slicing into the Lord's neck, cutting open one of his arteries, but not ending up able to behead him as it flies back to you and vanishes.
Alright, well, gonna move back this way a bit. Yeah, back over this way.
Okay. Kyoku, the Lord is now bleeding from one of his arteries. He is probably mortally wounded unless magic comes into play.
No matter the amounts of blood and magic that has been displayed, my Kyoku doesn't show any sort of reaction to it. Immediately as soon as he gets the chance, sword with the pointy end to the side down, wacky stance. He goes for a wide swing. From down, up. Against
is
the
your-
Lord, of course.
Against the Lord,
Against the
so...
Lord.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. Advantage? Because
I-
restraint.
Should be able to put advantage because I am all kinds of smart, probably.
Woo!
Wow, really?
Do you wish to compare your 11 against another target?
Can I do that? I don't think I can do that.
When you attack a creature with a lumbering weapon, you can compare your attack against a second target within 5 feet.
I will try the Lord's Son. Why not?
Well, it would have to be this man.
Oh yeah, right. Because I can't. Yeah.
The
But well,
priest?
it's the only option.
The priest, yeah. An 11 will hit, cutting through his ceremonial robes.
Okay.
And he will then take half of your damage, which will be, I believe, 8.
This one?
Yep, half rounded up is 8.
Okay.
He will scream and redouble his efforts. Anything else on your turn?
Nope. Still standing there. Same as before.
Okay. The sun. Oh, this has voices on it. I didn't. Whatever. Okay, the sun then, with his weapons drawn, is going to try and go nuts on you.
Yeah.
Katana, Wakizashi.
Oof. They all hit.
For 16, 8, 8 for 16 total. And
Okay.
Ooh, good thing you're a barbarian.
you'll get cut along the back, kind of not into the spine, but along the bone. You'll kind of feel the blade rattle across the bottom discs of your spine and up. It's not a particularly damaging injury, but going forward, you will have a very nasty scar there.
That does get a bigger reaction out of him, but again, as if his only focus is the Lord and nothing else. He goes like, and then just refocuses immediately. Stands back.
Okay, you will suffer a minor scar. Bit more major for the damage.
I have many other to share.
Okay. So he's done. The Lord tries to choke something out towards the now slightly injured priest, but can't speak through blood. Instead, with his Wakizashi, attempt to slash into you thrice.
Yay! First two hit, the third one doesn't.
10 damage. And let's see what happens to his weapon, because this is not a maintained weapon.
Ooh.
Did I close? I think I did, yes. Okay. D10. Okay. As he cuts into you, the second cut pulls away, chips off the top inch and a half of his blade for a severe blunting or chipping.
Cool.
Doesn't affect the rest of his hits, but he will now be doing 3 less damage on hit if he gets another turn.
This man's been breaking all his weapons.
He is. How to demonstrate weapon damage. Boss edition. Right. His turn. The young
Am I
man.
the boss in this situation?
No idea.
Okay.
20 from Ceremonial Katana.
Yeah, that's...
Then you will take 5 slashing damage.
Yay.
Sora, the fight is still
Keep
going. It is
coming.
your turn.
I'm just gonna sort of yell out, or I'm just gonna sort of say like that our only target is the Lord, and then I'm gonna shoot him again.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, we have only been hitting the Lord.
Okay. Well.
Yeah,
that's not true.
sure. Yeah, okay.
The two younger men will respond in various forms of, well, if you want him, you gotta have us too.
And then I'm just gonna shoot the Lord.
Go ahead.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Oof.
18 hit, 21 hits.
Okay. Do you just want me to roll the other two? Since
Not yet. Your first attack hits. He had 1 hit point remaining.
Ooh.
Your arrow strikes him
Oh,
through the
okay.
skull. His blunted, broken Wakizashi never gets a chance for another swing as it flies off. The man himself falls limp in his restraints.
Right.
You have a second attack if you wish to make it against somebody else.
I am gonna. I am gonna try to shoot the Lord's son in the leg.
Go ahead.
Mm.
12 will miss as he dodges nimbly out of the way.
Okay.
Don't just kill him, kill his legacy too.
Well, he's probably gonna try to chase us down. I would
I
imagine.
mean, he did send
Yeah.
out his son out of the castle, the second one.
Yeah.
Okay. As the Lord himself falls, the two other men will yell in frustration, rage, anger. Mizuki, your turn. There are 2 combatants left, or you can attempt to flee.
I'll probably move over here or behind this pillar over here and try to hit this one, like just the priest.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
With my kunai.
Go ahead.
And 25 stealth.
You are unseen.
Okay. 21
21 hits.
and a sneak attack. That's 17.
17. Okay. Slams straight into the side of his neck as he kind of reaches up, unable to speak, again bleeding from the jugular.
And I'm gonna send another one over at him.
Go ahead. This one will not be. That's a crit.
And no sneak attack, right?
No sneak attack, but a minimum of. Well, it would be 3 plus 3 because you don't have. Do you have 2 weapon fighting?
Yes.
Okay, 12 damage. The
That's
second
why
one
I
follows.
have 2 attacks. Rogues don't usually get them.
No, but you can attack and then your bonus action. You need the fighting style to get your dex added to the second attack, though. Because everybody can 2 weapon fight. Alright, second kunai follows the first. Kind of hits the back of the first, pushing it through the man's throat and opening both sides, dropping him to the ground. As he hits the floor, the younger man kind of stares, kind of aghast, more so even than his father. Anything else on your turn?
I will make my way back into the corner here.
Okay.
But since I've already used my bonus action, I won't hide.
Okay. At this point, you'll start to hear the sounds of the 2 samurai returning, this time in a hurry. They've got 2 doors to get through. Kishin, your turn.
All right. Well, can't afford to let the sun go now after all of this. So,
No.
Kishin's gonna. This time, Kishin will actually raise his right arm towards him, and he is going to use a point of meta magic for a distance spell, and cast a 2nd level inflict wounds on him.
Ooh.
Okay. This is then ranged. Please make your attack. "13 will fail to connect as instinct pulls him out of the way.
God dang it!
That's fine. I should be able to do something about that.
All right, then Kishin will move over here.
Ranged inflict wounds. That is actually terrifying. Okay.
It is.
Kyoku, your turn, as the young man in front of you actually seems to be giving up the fight.
You know, I don't think I'm in front of him since I was focused on the Lord, but basically what my character does is that he robotically turns around, bringing his sword down in an overarching strike over his head. Trying at least.
Go ahead.
You know what? Before I roll the attack, reckless.
Go ahead. "20 hits. 15.
Mm-hmm.
You're able to bring it round. He does not seem to offer the attempt to dodge. You catch him going the side of his neck, the clavicle, cleave down about 6 inches into his chest. Not quite killing, but pretty close.
Literally staring into his eyes as this is happening.
Is that your
That's my
turn?
turn.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
His turn. He'll kind of reach up with his offhand, grab the blade. As he does, look you in the eye,
Mm-hmm.
and throw his sword to the ground.
Okay.
and just start laughing.
Mm.
Sora, your turn.
I'm just gonna put my bow away.
Okay.
That'll be it.
Mizuki, your turn.
I'm going to move towards this pillar again and ask, now tell us where your real father is. Because this guy was way too easy to kill.
He will continue laughing, now turning to hysterics.
I'm gonna
What are you
I'm gonna relieve him of his misery then and throw kunai at him.
Go ahead. He is not attempting to dodge or protect himself. You may make it an advantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hit.
And because Kyokyo is next. I get sneak
Ooh.
attack.
You had advantage anyway. That is enough to skewer him through the neck and drop him.
Okay.
And as that happens, a cry of anguish erupts from the other room. As the monk you saw before kind of scrambles hands and knees into the room, sees what's happening, looks at you, Kyoku.
Mm-hmm. I am probably drenched in the blood of his, either parents or known ones, loved ones, whatever. So as I turn at him, I basically look like a beast. Yeah, good.
He'll look at you, look at the bodies, particularly the younger priestly man. Look at you. You have no idea, do you? Take a ceremonial dagger and begin to open his own gut.
Ooh. Okay.
There are samurai joining you at any time soon.
We should make
As a
our way
party,
out.
what are your intents? Okay.
I'm gonna
Flee?
I mean, that was our job. Kill and get out. I'm just gonna grab my 3 kunai.
Okay. You do. All of you. The most potently, Kishin, Sora, and Mizuki will feel a coldness wash over you. As something immense seems to swirl beneath your feet, within the ground itself. The presence swirls, coils, and gathers, and then disperses in a heartbeat, rushing fast and far, leaving the air, the ground, not charged, quite the opposite, entirely dead, empty. Sora, your entangle, against your will fade. Kishin, your black halo, your dark halo, will fade. Mizuki, your ninjutsu will fail you for the time being. As all things spiritual will no longer abide by your will. At least not here.
The hell?
I mean, the old guy did tell us that he was doing some weird shit with dark powers.
Well, we need to leave then.
Yeah, we did our job.
Just a small mention. Kyoku hasn't moved an inch except for heavily breathing and still with his sword stuck inside the sun's corpse.
Do you wish to reclaim the sword or leave it here? It will take you some time with how deeply and how tight his death grip is holding it.
Can I attempt an athletics check?
You may. Your rage is now over, so straight across.
Mm-hmm. Normal check. Athletics. 11.
You are unable to free it.
I let go of the weapon.
The body will slump away from you. That maniacal grin almost entirely defying sanity on the boy's body as he slumps. How do you intend to flee, folks? What's your plan?
Okay.
Like the way you came? And you need to move
Checking
quickly
out.
because there are samurai coming through this door soon.
We're no longer
Yep.
in initiative order.
Yep. Say we exit out the kitchen and go out the way until we get to the river.
Okay.
We should, yeah. Just heavily breathing. Kyoko just nods and just says, yeah.
Come on, come on.
Okay. Well, perhaps surprisingly, you will not be pursued. As you will, after about 30 seconds, start to hear yelling and cries for help from within the castle proper. A little bit later, you'll hear like a few trailing off screams of rage. And then, as you leave the castle proper, you'll leave those sounds behind. Moving more quickly even than your flight, word of what happened, or word that something happened, will pass between guard posts, causing every samurai on duty to flock towards the castle, almost conveniently allowing you exit, though you don't appear to be their care at this point. And by the time you leave the walls of Fukushima, you start to feel your gifts, your ninjutsu, your arcane magics begin to return. But it's not until you're an hour, 2 hours north of the city, east of the city, wherever you're going, that you're able to fully reconnect. As the city is, for the time being, a dead zone. As spirits, the kami, have abandoned it.
I'm guessing I don't feel anything of these things.
You'll feel a return to normalcy, but you don't have that kind of connection the others do.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
I mean, I'm used to that because sometimes I suffer chakra mudra exhaustion. So
Oh, it was much more fundamental than that.
I
It
know.
was as though it wouldn't
Just-
matter how hale or how rested you were. There were no spirits to perform your actions. There were no kami to call upon, nothing to implore.
Even the
create
ones,
That zone.
even the ones inside us.
Even those were deathly silent.
Yeah, that zone.
Didn't you guys find it odd that the Lord was killed so easily?
Kyoko is probably resting against a tree or something, just heavily breathing, and so he hasn't time to answer.
Slightly, but we did throw quite a many hit at him.
True, but for a guy that is so guarded to have a ornamental sword, katana, in his hand and go down so easily makes me suspicious that he might not have been the real one. Maybe they
It's okay.
what?
Let me tell you something that a much, much wiser man once said to me.
Okay.
Once it's all said and done, no matter your army, no matter your money, no matter what you are worth, you are still just a man.
True. Just
I'm
seems
more
a little bit suspicious.
I suppose. I'm more concerned about what happened.
I mean, there were rumors that he was working with necromancers, so Probably something of that sort.
This doesn't seem like that. This is something more. It feels like my inner kami was silenced.
What are you talking about?
The spirit that I get my magic from, it was almost as if it was completely shut off when that man cut himself open. All my magic would cease to work.
So that man was more important than the Lord we killed. But also the reactions of the son against his father's murder and the priest's murder were completely different. He grew hysterical only after we killed the priest, not his father.
I don't know what you guys have in mind, but we did our job and that's all that matters.
I mean, true, just,
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Why would you be curious?
Because necromancy is bad?
Not our problem, is it?
I mean, probably not. You're right, I shouldn't worry
But-
about this. A job is a job, and a complete job is a complete job.
Right. And that way of thinking gets you through life most of the times. Whatever happened there, let's just not worry about it. We did our job. It's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Well, then let me ask you, as the prologue comes to a close. Over the next months and years, between now and when we pick up next week, what will your characters be doing? Those of you who are continuing with them. Kishin and Kyoku.
You want me to describe, like, what should have happened after all of this?
What's your
Sometime,
intent?
yes.
What's your intent, at least?
I mean, probably still a sellsword somewhere. Who knows where? Probably lost in cells into the waves of life. And probably has fallen even more down the line of just a mercenary, just someone who can swing a sword for them. That's all.
And Kishin?
Probably, yeah, taking work when he can, but he'll still mostly on his own doing searching up about that thing about his past. Still trying to when he can.
Okay. Well, over the week after your actions in Fukushima Castle, you'll begin to notice that the world around you is wilder, more violent, more aggressive. Not the people exactly, but the creatures that live within it. The spirits, the kami themselves, less willing to abide by your will. Your magics will weaken, your strength fade slightly. As you'll come to discover that you were very successful in killing Kagetora and his youngest son. That was the real man, very much in the flesh. But the priest, the young priest you killed, was not a priest at all, but rather the head of the priesthood and the head of animism and worship in Rugen, the young emperor, Mutsuhito, who, airless, had been the bridge between mortals and the spirit realm. A seat that now lies vacant.
Oops.
Oopsie.
Did we
You
just
may-
kill the Emperor? I
You
think we
did.
killed the Emperor.
We did. I think I did.
You may suspect that whosoever hired you knew he was there and intended this. But if you were to travel to the lodge near Setoich, you will find a very dead Benizo. His last writings, a confession, intended for you, whoever so does visit, informing you that he desired that you assassinate Kagetora at the behest of his elder brother, the current lord of the Ishida family. But neither he nor his brother knew that the emperor would be in attendance, and that he is sorry.
Oh.
He has also left payment for each of you. You did the job after all. And a piece of advice. The world that will come after, the life that will come after will not be the same. It will not be as comfortable. It will not be as peaceful. You should all be careful,
Okay.
lest to let anyone learn that you were the ones who did the deed.
Okay.
And so, between now and the next time any of you shall meet, which will be Kyoku and Kishin, 5 years will pass.
Ooh.
The land will turn violent and wild. The settlements of men and mortals will become bastions of moderate safety. But people who once were confident leaving the roads to travel the untrodden paths in the forests and the mountains no longer feel safe to do so. For good reason. Many who try vanish. The old shrines by the roads that once promised protection and peace lie cracked as often as they don't. The world is damaged. And that is where we will begin next week.
Can't wait.
Kill the ward. Cool.
Oh boy, we just killed the emperor.
I mean, Mizuki
No,
would
no,
just
we didn't
return
kill the
to
emperor.
her job. Like,
We didn't kill the emperor. We killed the ward balance. We're complicated.
You killed the avatar!
Yay!
However, if it's alright for all of you, my plot, the kind of introductory hook, is taking a job. Kind of a job with someone who is a kind of priest, but who goes around trying to make things a little bit better.
that
I think
would be a
Keisha would
hook
be absolutely up
that
for that kind of job.
Mayumi would take, yes. She would totally want to help heal the world.
Keisha would definitely be feeling guilty about that.
Kyoku will be Kyoku.
AKA not care.
I wouldn't say not care, simply does not possess the ability to care.
So he's
That is all I'm
a
going to say.
psychopath or a sociopath?
Who knows?
Oh boy.
I mean,
Combine that with a barbarian.
combine that with Mayumi, who's basically your walking, talking psychiatrist or something. I mean, she's trying to help the people feel better and such. That's the Miko's job, you know? She would probably do her best to help him or something.
Nightmare,
We'll see if
Does
he
that
hasn't
work?
gotten any words.
does that work for you?
Hmm?
Does that work for you, Nightmare? For your other character idea?
Maybe, yes.
Okay. Well, cool. If you want to talk during this week, because I know you've not fully fleshed out, I think you and Harpy both have a bit more to do.
Yes.
I'll make myself available. Question time now for you guys, kind of on a mechanical point.
Yes.
How did you find the changes to combat?
I liked it.
For me, it honestly didn't feel any different.
I do want to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a melee combatant, and you're not a barbarian, this combat is difficult. It is very difficult. Just saying.
I mean, you did get swamped by 3 people?
True. Which is
Yeah.
why I'm saying, do be aware of that. I'm not criticizing, just saying. If I wasn't a barbarian, quite difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare, how about you?
You probably would have been downed.
Yes.
Not only down, they probably wouldn't be able to help at all.
Nightmare, how about you?
I'm not sure. This is my 3rd time playing, really. So
Well, how did it feel just doing a flat 12 every hit rather than rolling your die each time?
I mean, it was fine. I still got 2 nat 1s and a 2, so that wasn't that much different.
Yeah, let's hope rolls change for next week.
And we roll or not once next week. Yay.
Yeah. No, I got 2 this week. I'm good with not doing that next week.
Yeah, I'll take some of your. I'll give you some luck, and I'll take some of your nat ones. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, you all have a bit of money. Those of you who were part of the prologue, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that's a reasonable reward. Though I will also say that to live the next 5 years, you'll probably come away with 200 profit if you wish to make use of that before next session.
Okay.
Yay! We killed the word, and we got 200 gold for it. Worth it.
We did get like the starting gold that has in the character creation rules, right?
Yep.
Like the
Yeah.
50 per level.
Yep.
That's 150 gold for level 3s or something.
100 gold.
And
'cause it's-
Hundred
and
gold,
guess
okay.
what? Guess what? I left those 200 gold stuck in a young man's body. So
So does that mean we're gonna have to subtract gold for next week since we're leveling down?
No. Basically, keep what you've got, but the reward from this is kind of paying for that. Or if you didn't spend that, you've just got the extra gold.
that makes sense.
Okay.
Also, yeah, you did just leave 150 gold sword stuck in the dead boy's body.
Yes, I did. It's fine. I don't need money. I'm fine. Probably fine.
I mean, you were just paid.
Yeah,
You can buy a
it
new
was
weapon
definitely worth it.
to destroy the world. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, thank you very much for the session, folks. Will you all be coming back next week?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just one quick thing, Coco, if I can ask.
Go ahead.
Kyoko would have probably tried to commune with the thing he has. Did it feel any different?
Colder.
Oh crap. Okay, great, thank you. Okay. That's all I needed.
So it's gonna be even more emo.
No, he's not emo. The last
I
thing he
mean,
is emo.
the thing inside him is gonna be emo.
Sure. Yes. I can't say anything more than that. Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
How about you, Nightmare? Did you enjoy it? Will you be back next week?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, for an unpleasant topic, but one I need to cover, I have shared a payment link in the Discord. If you all enjoyed it, I would be very grateful if you would follow that at some point before next session.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
Brilliant. We ran over a little bit today. I'm not intending to do that regularly.
I mean, it was a
Um,
prologue. Prologues usually tend to run longer. Just a tad.
Well, I'm hoping I didn't cause anybody any difficulties if you had plans.
Nah.
No.
I got
Nope.
a free
No,
free
but
day.
I do need to get going now.
That's fine. I need
Oh.
to eat.
Same, but yeah.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this.
Oh yeah.
Same.
I'll see you all next week.
See you
Mhm.
all next week. I'm going to
Hope
put
you
us to the
enjoyed
landing
Mizuki.
page. Bye. Have a great time. Take your bloody
Bye-bye.
gifts and piss off.
Bye
I
bye.
will.
I'm kidding.
Bye.
I'm